Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Like to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Ah,
Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Um, so as you can see at the top, guys, they are in verdict watch, and we'll keep an eye on the verdict watch. Right now, we're gonna watch the jury instructions. After we do the jury instructions, then we'll watch some prior testimony from this trial and also from Alicia Andrews' trial. I definitely wanted to look at Sean Gaffright's mom and grandma who testified in the last trial. They didn't testify in this trial, and I don't know why they didn't, but they testified for Alicia Andrews, but they did not testify for him. Interesting. But with that being said, let's get into our jury instructions. In the meantime, in between time, I will keep an eye out on if there is any type of verdict. But let's get into it. Just a side note, y'all know our boy right here. I think that's why the cameraman on him because he had an outburst yesterday at the end of court. Hmm. I think he told his cousin that now that they done got into this situation that he don't love him no more. Don't talk to him no more. Yeah, I think that they realizing that this is it. This is it. I'm gonna put a poll up. I want to see how long do y'all think it's gonna take the jury to figure this case out. Remember, our jury is sequestered. So that means they can't leave, guys. It's Friday. They've been going to this courtroom for the last 3-4 weeks. We'll see.
That in excusing
and initials CRP. So if you please bring that juror in.
Your Honor, briefly,
Yeah, okay.
Also, guys, y'all remember yesterday we had an issue with one of the jurors after the prosecution team gave their opening statements. One of the jurors, when they were getting back on the elevator, told our prosecutor lady, "Good job." And before the prosecutor even knew that it was a juror, they was like, "Thank you." The prosecutor came in and told the judge, right after they resumed from lunch. But now they're about to bring that juror in. Let's see what happens.
in talking to Mr. Wise, who's not here, there he is, at the very moment, Judge, and in our conversation yesterday about alternates, was the court considering, I just wanted to clarify, that in excusing one of the alternates and keeping two,
Wait 1 second. Yes.
in excusing one of the alternates and keeping two, that we would intend to potentially excuse the one that had the exchange with Mr.
Well, that was his motion. So, but I'm going to talk to the juror first, and then you can see if you renew the motion or not. Okay? That was the request from Mr. Wise. Okay, I'm sorry, just bring him in. Good morning, sir. Just have a seat. You're good. You're good. Just have a seat. Yeah, have a seat. Everyone have a seat as well. So it was brought to my attention that you may have had some interaction with one of the prosecutors in this case. Do you remember saying like good morning or good job or anything along those lines? Okay.
Yesterday, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. And what did you say specifically?
Good job, I think so.
Okay. And I know we had a discussion about the fact that the attorneys could not have any contact with you, and I may have not been clear that also includes you all not having any contact with the attorneys. So let me just ask you this question. Is there anything about that you think would impair or impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you understand that the defendants, all four of the defendants, are presumed innocent unless and until the state proves their guilt beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And can you give the defendants the presumption of innocence and hold the state to that burden?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions from any counsel?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Petrides. Okay. Thank you so much. You can join the others.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all new for everybody. Well, some of us. Okay. Any additional motions? Sure.
we would not be making a motion at this time.
Okay, very
Yes,
good.
Judge, we would agree.
Okay. So, I know we discussed the state expressed some hesitancy in not bringing all three alternates back if necessary. We're talking about a week. So is still your position that all three would need to come back next week?
Judge, it is. I mean, I am concerned, not through any fault of any jurors in the past, but there have been situations that have arisen where we have had to use every single alternate that we have, and just because of the length of this trial and everything that we put into it.
Okay, I understand. All right. I'm glad I'm on record saying I would excuse at least one. So there you go. Okay, and then after I instruct the jury and after they begin their deliberations, I'm going to rule on the Davion Murphy's motion for mistrial, okay? Anything else that we need to discuss before I bring in the jurors? Okay, hearing nothing, let's go ahead and bring them in.
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good. All right, and we need to pass out a copy of the jury instructions. Oh, they already have them? Okay, very good. So I'm getting ready to give you your final instructions on the law. I've given each of you a copy of those instructions so you can read along as I'm reading them to you, okay? All right, let's begin. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy, the defendants in this case, have been accused of the crimes of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. Defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy have also been accused of 3 counts of the crime of attempted murder in the first degree. Defendant Sean Gathright has also been accused of the crime of tampering with physical evidence. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that a defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if a defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of attempted first-degree murder are attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, and aggravated battery. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of tampering with physical evidence. Introduction to homicide. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy are accused of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree in counts 1 and 2. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Charles Jones was killed by Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. One, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or two, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or three, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used, and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before a defendant may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Charles Jones is dead. Two, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. Three, there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Murder in the second degree, lesser included offense of count one. To prove the crime of second degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Charles Jones is dead. Two, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. Three, there was an unlawful killing of the victim by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and two, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and three, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter, intentional act or culpable negligence, lesser included offense of count one. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Charles Jones is dead. 2A, the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim. Or B, the death of the victim was caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Principal instruction as to count 1 applies only to count 1. If a defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Charles Jones occur. For second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Charles Jones. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter to occur, and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter to occur. To be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm, second-degree murder with a firearm, or manslaughter with a weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter would be or was armed. Criminal conspiracy count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the intent of the defendant was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. And 2, in order to carry out the intent, the defendant agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with one or more of his co-defendants to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Introduction to attempted homicide applies to defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. The victim in count 3 is Xavier Edwards. The victim in count 4 is Gino Norris. The victim in count 5 is Camilla Bentley. Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy are accused of attempted first-degree murder in counts 3, 4, and 5. Attempted first-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of attempted second-degree murder and attempted manslaughter, all of which are forms of attempted homicide and all of which are unlawful. However, an attempted homicide that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find that there was an attempted homicide of a victim by a defendant, You will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide in deciding whether it was attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or attempted manslaughter, or whether the attempted homicide was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable attempted homicide. The use of deadly force to attempt to kill a human being is justifiable and therefore lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the attempted killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. Excusable attempted homicide. An attempted homicide is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the three following circumstances. 1, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the attempted homicide occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the attempted killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Attempted first-degree premeditated murder applies to defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intended to commit the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. 2, the defendant committed an overt act toward the commission of first-degree premeditated murder that went beyond mere preparation. 3, the defendant failed to complete the first-degree premeditated murder. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To prove that a first-degree premeditated murder had taken place, the state would have to prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the victim is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. 3, there was a premeditated killing of the victim. A premeditated killing is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Attempted second-degree murder, lesser included offense in counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of the victim, but did not result in the victim's death. 2, the act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrated a depraved mind without regard for human life. And 3, the overt act went beyond mere preparation. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To convict the defendants of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Attempted manslaughter by act, lesser included offense of counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of attempted manslaughter by act, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the defendant intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of the victim, but did not result in the victim's death. And two, the overt act went beyond mere preparation. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. However, the defendant cannot be guilty of attempted manslaughter by act by committing a merely negligent act. Every person has a duty to act reasonably and use ordinary care towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligent. To convict of attempted manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that could have caused death and was not justifiable or excusable attempted homicide, as I have previously instructed you. Aggravated battery, lesser included offense of counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of aggravated battery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is a definition of battery. 1. The defendant A actually and intentionally touched or struck the victim against his or her will, or B intentionally caused bodily harm to the victim. 2. The defendant in committing the battery A intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to the victim, or B used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his or her act. A battery may be found as a result of the intentional touching or intentional striking of something other than the actual body of the person. However, the object that is touched or struck must have such an intimate connection with the person that it is to be regarded as a part or as an extension of the person. Principal instruction as to counts 3, 4, and 5. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of the victim occur. For attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended to cause the death of the victim. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how an attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery will be committed as long as the principal intended the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery to occur and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery to occur. To be found guilty of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, attempted manslaughter with a weapon, or aggravated battery as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery would be or was armed. Tampering with physical evidence, count 6, applies to defendant Sean Gathright only. To prove the crime of tampering with physical evidence, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Sean Gathright knew that a criminal trial, proceeding, or investigation by a duly constituted prosecuting authority, law enforcement agency, grand jury, or legislative committee of Florida was pending or was about to be instituted. And 2, Sean Gathright altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any item with the purpose to impair its availability in such proceeding or investigation. Carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm or weapon applies to Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act, or aggravated battery, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act or aggravated battery, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of the first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery. Actual possession and discharge of a firearm. And that, I'm sorry, I left out attempted manslaughter. So let me read that again. Just to make sure it's clear. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act or aggravated battery, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, or threatened to use or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act or aggravated battery. Actual possession and discharge of a firearm applies to Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that the defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you will also be asked to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that during the course of committing that offense, that defendant actually possessed a firearm and discharged a firearm. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant carried a firearm on his person or had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. Definitions that apply to 3.3a and 3.3d. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. A weapon is defined as 1, any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, or 2, any other object that was used or threatened to be used or attempted to be used or intended to be used to inflict bodily harm. Criminal gang definitions applies only to defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that defendant Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense, and whether the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang. Criminal gang means a formal or informal ongoing organization, association, or group that has as one of its primary activities the commission of criminal or delinquent acts, and that consists of 3 or more persons who have a common name or common identifying signs, colors, or symbols, including but not limited to terrorist organizations and hate groups. Criminal gang member is a person who meets 2 or more of the following criteria. 1, admits to criminal gang membership. 2, is identified as a criminal gang member by a parent or guardian. 3, is identified as a criminal gang member by a documented, reliable informant. 4, adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang. 5, adopts the use of a hand sign identified as used by a criminal gang. 6, has a tattoo identified as used by a criminal gang. 7, associates with 1 or more known criminal gang members. 8, is identified as a criminal gang member by an informant of previously untested reliability, and such identification is corroborated by independent information. 9, is identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence. 10, has been observed in the company of 1 or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times. Observation in a custodial setting requires a willful association. It is the intent of the legislature to allow this criterion to be used to identify gang members who recruit and organize in jails, prisons, and other detention settings. 11, has authorized any communication indicating responsibility for the commission of any crime by the criminal gang. Criminal gang associate means a person who admits to criminal gang association or meets any single defining criterion for criminal gang membership. The defendants have entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendants are innocent. The presumption stays with each defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome a defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendants are not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for the lawyers to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to the lawyers about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendants. It is not necessary for a defendant to disprove anything, nor is a defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove a defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendants each exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Eyewitness identification. You have heard testimony of eyewitness identification. In deciding how much weight to give to this testimony, you may consider the various factors mentioned in these instructions concerning credibility of witnesses. In addition to those factors, in evaluating eyewitness identification testimony, you may also consider 1, the capacity and opportunity of the eyewitness to observe the offender based upon the length of time for observation and the conditions at the time of observation, including lighting and distance. 2, whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was the result of influence or suggestiveness. 3, the circumstances under which the defendant was presented to the eyewitness for identification. 4, any inconsistent identifications made by the eyewitness. 5, any instance in which the eyewitness did not make an identification when given the opportunity to do so. 6, the witness's familiarity with the subject identified. 7, lapses of time between the event and the identification. 8, whether the eyewitness and the offender are of different races or ethnic groups and whether this may have affected the accuracy of the identification. 9, the totality of the circumstances surrounding the eyewitness's identification. You have heard testimony concerning a photo lineup conducted by a law enforcement agency. Florida law requires that the person conducting the photo lineup must not have participated in the investigation of the crime alleged and must not have been aware of which person in the photo lineup was the suspect. Also, before conducting a photo lineup, the eyewitness must be instructed that 1, the perpetrator might or might not be in the photo lineup. 2, the person conducting the photo lineup does not know the suspect's identity. 3, the eyewitness should not feel compelled to make an identification. 4, it is as important to exclude innocent persons as it is to identify the perpetrator. And 5, the investigation will continue with or without an identification. The eyewitness must acknowledge in writing that he or she received a copy of the photo lineup instructions. If the eyewitness refused to sign a document acknowledging receipt of the instructions, the person conducting the photo lineup must document the refusal of the eyewitness to sign a document acknowledging receipt of the instructions, and the person conducting the photo lineup must sign the acknowledgement document himself or herself. You may consider compliance or non-compliance with these requirements to determine the reliability of an eyewitness identification made during a photo lineup procedure. Defendant's statements. A statement claimed to have been made by a defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that a defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to 1, whether when the defendant made the statement he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude a defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Rules for deliberation. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendants have been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find a defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. State of Florida versus Isaiah Chance, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Isaiah Chance guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. Number 1, Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones, check only A or B, plus any other specific findings. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first degree, actually it should be first degree premeditated murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Isaiah Chance guilty of conspiracy to commit first degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. So say we all dated this blank day of May 2026, and there are lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. Verdict form, State of Florida versus Sean Gathright. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of first degree murder, second degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following question. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of first degree murder or second degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. Check only A or B. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first degree murder as charged. Or B, the defendant is not guilty. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. The defendant is guilty of attempted first degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first degree murder, attempted second degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following question. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first degree murder, attempted second degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first degree murder, attempted second degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following question. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first degree murder, attempted second degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following question. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 6, check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of May 2026. And again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. All right, verdict form, State of Florida versus Rashad Murphy. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones, check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones, check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged, or B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. 1, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. And 3, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter at count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. So say we all, dated this blank day of May 2026, and again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. State of Florida versus Davion Murphy, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones, check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. Victim Charles Jones, check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. 1. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no.
We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. So say we all, day of this blank day of May 2026. And again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. All right. Separate crime is charged against each defendant in each count of the indictment. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to each of them must be considered separately. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one or some of the defendants must not affect your verdict as to any other defendants or other crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats, where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, from this moment forward, I'm only going to refer to you by your initials and your juror number, okay? Just so you know. So the following individuals, juror number 168, Mr. Initials MN, juror number 213, Mr. Initials JM, and juror number 220, Miss Initials KC. Those 3 individuals are our alternates. So you will not be participating in the deliberations at this point. Do any of the 3 of those individuals, you have any items in the jury room that you need to retrieve? Yes. Okay. So what's going to happen is this. All of you are going to go into the jury room. If any of the other 12 that are remaining, if you have any smartwatches, phones, tablets, anything that has internet connectivity, you must give it to the bailiffs. All right. They will keep it out here. They'll keep an eye on it. They'll be fine. The 3 individuals that are our alternates, I'll need you to go into the jury room, retrieve your items, all of your items, including if you brought a bag, everything you brought, bring it back out here so I can talk to you a little bit further. The other 12 that are remaining, do not begin discussing the case until the bailiffs and the alternates have left the jury room. Okay. Shortly thereafter, you will receive all of the evidence that has been admitted. You each have your personal copy of the jury instructions. However, I gave you copies of the verdict form, but the bailiff will also bring in the official verdict forms that the 4-person will use once you all have reached your verdict. Okay, so that's the form that the 4-person will actually, you all, the jury will use, and the 4-person will sign and date. Okay. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
So I did catch one typo in the verdict form, so I need to clean that up. And so that's why I'm going to send in the official verdict form to you all to use. But you had a sample to read along with, okay? All right, very good. So I need all of you to step into the jury room. Please give all of your electronic devices to the bailiffs. And then the 3 alternates, please step back outside with all of your belongings.
All right.
Yeah, they looking nervous. So I can tell you after this, I am going to go ahead and play Alicia Andrews' opening statements from her trial. You know, she recently had a trial 6 months ago. She'll actually be in court on Monday, guys, on the 11th. So we'll do a stream in regards to their motion. I want to call it like a motion drill battle, what they doing. We think about rap battles. The prosecution team and her defense team, they are definitely going through a legal battle. Should have some resolutions on Monday, possibly. So let me get that pulled up for us. And
Okay.
they have not asked any questions so far, y'all.
Okay, you guys just have a seat real quick. I just have one instruction. Okay, everyone have a seat. Okay, I know that each of you would make an outstanding contribution during the deliberation process. I know that all three of you have been very attentive. Under our Constitution, however, no more than 12, but no less than 12 are allowed to render this unanimous verdict. So I cannot allow you to actually participate at this time during the jury deliberating process. However, I do not know if there is going to be another phase to this trial as we discussed during our jury selection. So what I'm going to do at this time is excuse you from the courtroom, but I will have to remind you that you would remain under the order of this court not to have any discussions with anyone concerning the case, nor to read or listen to any reports about this case, because if the second phase is necessary, I will be asking you to return to participate in the second phase of the trial. Now, we do have that scheduled to begin, if it becomes necessary, next Monday afternoon, okay? And I told you all that we will be done by Friday, May 15th, and we will. So if there is a second phase, it would begin probably around lunchtime-ish Monday and conclude no later than Friday of that same week. We have your telephone numbers. I believe you gave all of your contact information to my judicial assistant and the clerk. If for any reason those numbers have changed, then please let us know, because we will be in touch to let you know if you have to come back, okay? As soon as we know if the second phase is going to be necessary or not, we will contact you by the number you have provided to us. But again, I remind you that you remain under the order of the court. You cannot discuss the case with anyone, and you cannot read or listen to any reports about this case. And no one is allowed to contact you concerning the case other than potentially the clerk or my judicial assistant to tell you you will need to return. So you're being excused from the courtroom, but not discharged from your service yet as a juror. So at this time, we thank you very much. I'm very happy that all 12 jurors remain healthy and were able to participate. At this time, I will excuse you from the courtroom, but you are still a member of this jury and still under the directions of this court regarding reading about the case, listening to any reports about the case, or in any way discussing the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Your notes will be collected and they will be stored at this point. If we do not conduct a second phase, those notes will be destroyed. On a more personal note, I just can't thank you enough for the service you have done so far. As I stated, under the law, we have to have 12 people to decide these cases. And you all see how much work goes into these cases. If we had a juror that got sick, had a family emergency, and had to drop out, and we didn't have an alternate in place, then I'd have to declare a mistrial, and the whole thing would have to start over. So I hope you all do not feel that your time has been wasted in any way. You may be disappointed, you may be elated, I don't know. But that's why it's so critical that we have alternates. And that's why it's so critical that if we go into the penalty phase, we've got to have alternates again that are able to step in the event one of the other jurors has to drop out for some reason. So the good news is you're free for the weekend, right? That's the good news. You're free for the weekend. So we will be in touch if we need you. And thank you all so very much for your service today. And if we do not go to the second phase and you do not need to return, again, on behalf of everyone, we thank you so very much for your service. We're so grateful for citizens like yourselves who volunteer to serve on these cases. We really are. So, all right, very good. You're excused from the courtroom for now.
All right.
Okay, so for those that I'm not sure who all saw it, who didn't see it, but we are going to go and watch the Alicia Andrews portions of her trial. The opening statement for the state, of course, it was the same. So we will watch the opening statements for the defense because, in my opinion, that was not the same. Of course, it wasn't the same, right? Because she had a different MO. She had a different theory. She had a different reasoning why she was in such a place. So we are going to watch that while we wait on to see if we'll get a verdict today. I'll continue to keep an eye out on oh, why is it not sharing? An eye out on if they have any questions or anything during this period of time, because that's gonna be pretty important here. And then in the meantime, we'll just watch the first trial. Look, I'm getting it all mixed up because the seal and everything's the same. Like I said, I'm starting off with the defenses. So Here we go. And that's her kind of walking in, of course. Yeah, all their lives are over with.
Your Honor, Ms. Doherty had taxed, she's in the building, but she said, go ahead,
Yeah, that's fine. So since you did openings, you would handle any objections, and I'm assuming Mr. Malcolm's doing openings?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, then let's bring in our jury.
There she is.
All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. We're ready to proceed. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Malcolm, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no evidence whatsoever that Alicia Jones that Alicia Andrews killed Charles Jones. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews wanted Charles Jones dead. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews did anything to help that group of men kill Charles Jones. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're not just here to deliver a verdict. You are here to right a wrong. And so are we. There are a few things that you should keep in mind throughout this trial. One, on the weekend Charles Jones was killed, Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend. Two, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. Three, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. Four, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene. Five, Alicia Andrews did not have any physical evidence on any weapon displayed by the state. You would not find DNA, fingerprints, no physical evidence whatsoever linking Alicia Andrews to this case. Six, Alicia Andrews did not have a motive. In other words, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this case of conspiracy or first-degree murder against Alicia Andrews. I'm sure you're wondering, if there's no evidence against Alicia Andrews, then why are we here? We're here because of the perception of the facts of one man, Detective Juan Ramos. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, perception is not reality. Detective Juan Ramos is the lead detective on this case. Let me tell you a bit about him. Detective Juan Ramos had only worked homicide for about 4 months when he got this case. Became a homicide detective in February. This murder happened in June. His first time as a lead detective on the case, and he lands perhaps one of the biggest homicide cases that the Tampa Police Department has seen in a while. Not by any merit, not by something he did to deserve it, simply luck of the draw. The Tampa Police Department handles 40 to 60 homicides a year, and they put their detectives in rotation. And so, luck of the draw, Detective Ramos gets this case. He shows up to the scene, speaks to a couple of his fellow officers, and begins to talk to witnesses, gathers some information about evidence and what have you. But his first big break in the case came when he got some intel from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office advised him that perhaps a man named Rashad Murphy and a man named Isaiah Chance might have something to do with this homicide. His second big break came when he ran a bullet through, and I say a bullet, the ATF gathered 30 of the 31 bullets left. He had one bullet, luck of the draw. Ran this one bullet through their system that kind of, and it's a shell casing, not a bullet, a shell casing. It has a fingerprint, once the firing pin strikes the casing, it leaves like a fingerprint, a distinct marking. And he gets a hit that alerts him to the fact that there were other fingerprints matching 5 shootings in Jacksonville prior. So now he has the idea that the shooters might have come from Jacksonville. After that, he proceeds to gather intel like information from license plate readers. Then he starts looking at cell phone data records. Then he uses that information to piece some other things together that leads him to a few spots in town. An Airbnb, a McDonald's, a strip club called Teasers, and a club called Truth 18. And you saw some of the video footage. When Detective Ramos first gets this Airbnb video, he sees Alicia Andrews at the front door and surmises that because he sees no one else go in, Alicia Andrews must have let them in the back door. But perception is not reality. He sees Alicia Andrews at the McDonald's with no mask, and then sees her at the club, in the parking lot of the club Teasers with the mask, and surmises that she must have had the mask on to cover her face at Teasers because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's. But perception is not reality. Again, he sees Alicia Andrews with her boyfriend at Club Truth 18, walking with the mask on, surmising once again because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's, but did have a mask on as she walked towards the club. She attempted to conceal her identity with that mask at Truth 18. Ladies and gentlemen, perception is not reality. It's just some human decision. Reality, however, is immovable. And we're going to talk about Alicia's reality in just a moment when I tell you what really happened. But with all of this intelligence, all of this assumption, all of this surmise, Detective Juan Ramos goes and gets Alicia Andrews and brings her into an interrogation room. And he begins to present to her what he calls evidence and tell her what his perception of the evidence is, as if it is reality. Well, it's simply not. What really happened in this case is Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. But before we talk about the trip, let me tell you a little bit about Alicia. Alicia, high school graduate, did really well in school, well enough to apply to college and get accepted at Bethune-Cookman University.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, come on up.
You know, that's one thing that I can appreciate about this attorney here. It is so nice to hear his rhyming, and I thought that was a good way of doing this in order to get the jury to remember things. He didn't do much throughout the case. I don't know if you guys remember. Like, I don't even remember seeing him during opening statements. I don't even think he cross-examined anybody. But here we go. Immediately, we have an objection during the opening statements. And, you know, it's really frowned upon to have objections during opening statements. But here we go with one.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alicia's reality. high school graduate, good student. Applied to and was accepted to Bethune-Cookman University, right there in Daytona, not too far from home. But chose not to go, to stay close to home, and instead went to tech school, become an esthetician, does hair, not hair, but eyelashes, makeup, nails, skincare, that kind of thing. She was a substitute teacher whom parents trusted with their children, even children who had some special needs and disabilities. This was Alicia. While in school, Alicia Andrews. The state reminded me that I have to use her first and last name.
Objection, improper.
Yeah, I must sustain the objection. So that's the general rule in court, last names only, okay, for everybody. All right, thank you, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Alicia Andrews, while in school, befriended the sister of Isaiah Chance. They ran in the same social circles in high school, and through that process, Isaiah Chance became familiar with her and she with him. And he reached out to her via direct message, and they developed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And I mean, you know, Isaiah Chance, tall, slender, handsome fella, captivating, charismatic. Alicia liked him. He liked her. So she thought. She would learn through their tumultuous, on again, off again relationship that perception is not always reality. And Isaiah Chance just really wasn't the guy she thought he was. You heard about the tattoos, sure. Young lady, liking a boy in high school who, to her, was just a rapper. Not a gangster, not some street code name. Gutter was Isaiah's rap name. So Alicia Andrews got her boyfriend's rap name tattooed on her. A tattoo that she wasn't supposed to have, just like the relationship with Isaiah Chance, but it happened. As time moves on, Alicia Andrews learns that not only is Isaiah Chance more than not nice, sometimes he could be threatening, controlling. Sometimes she'd have to suffer serious consequences if she upset him. She learned that in the most serious ways. So, fast forward to 2023, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance on again, off again, on again, off again. Now, could be that Alicia's pregnant. This is during that on again, off again time period. They decide to take this trip. There's a big fight, a lot of fuss right before, and there's this makeup time. Isaiah says, hey, let's go to Atlanta. She didn't want to go that far away from home. Then he says, let's go to Tampa.
Your Honor, I object and ask to approach.
Okay, what's the legal basis for the objection?
Lack of good faith basis to make this statement, and he said,
Come on up.
So Tampa it is. Isaiah doesn't follow this young lady on Instagram. I'm not sure if you know how the Instagram thing works with direct messages, but when you DM somebody, if you're not a follower, direct message someone, if you're not a follower, the message just sits in the request, kind of waiting for the person to approve the message you intend to send. So Isaiah Chance doesn't follow this woman who does half offs for Airbnbs and asks Miss Andrews to reach out to the woman whom Miss Andrews does follow and ask her to see if she can hook up an Airbnb for the weekend. Miss Andrews does. Gets on a Instagram and says, hey, half offs, ask for availability in response. She says, or ask for time in response, and she says, let's do it this weekend. She says, how many rooms? She says 2. Now, there's some assumption on Mr. or Detective Ramos's side that because Alicia Andrews asked for 2 rooms for this romantic getaway, as he claims it to be, was some indication that she intended for this other group of guys to come to the Airbnb with them. In reality, Miss Andrews and Isaiah Chance were kind of on the outs. Didn't know if they were going to be on the in or the outs. So they got 2 rooms, bigger, more comfortable, some space for this trip that was to be a trip of reckoning and maybe reconciliation. Ultimately, though, Alicia Andrews and the friend or follower does not book the Airbnb. Somebody else does. Alicia Andrews did not know that somebody else books the Airbnb. She was out of the loop. Nonetheless, Airbnb booked on the way to Tampa. Isaiah Chance, and you saw the video, before he picks up Alicia Andrews, stops by Sean Gaithwright's house, where he packs up all of these bags. Alicia Andrews never sees what goes into the Impala. She's not a part of that packing process, not in the loop. Isaiah Chance goes and then picks up Miss Andrews, brings her back to where they pack the bags, and then they head down to Tampa. Miss Andrews believes that they're about to hit the road, come straight from Jacksonville to Tampa, but they make a stop at this gas station. As Alicia Andrews sees her boyfriend get out and dap up some people and what have you, and the next thing you know, they're on the road again. Now, mind you, Sean Gaithwright's in the driver's seat. Isaiah Chance is in the front passenger seat, and Alicia Andrews is in the back seat, on her phone, TikToking, FaceTiming, or whatever it is they do on a road trip. Once arriving in Tampa, get to the Airbnb, just her, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithwright. While the 2 men in front get out of the car, Miss Andrews is in the back still on her phone. The gentlemen get out of the car, go inside the Airbnb. Miss Andrews then later gets out the car a few minutes after, goes to the front door. You saw it in the video, knocks on the door, and waits for someone to let her in. Now, when Detective Juan Ramos sees the video of Miss Andrews at the door, he perceives that Miss Andrews must have been the one who let the people who let her in the Airbnb because they don't see anybody else go in before her. Not the case. And the evidence will show you that. Alicia Andrews knocked on the door for the first time ever, approaching the Airbnb for the first time ever, let in by someone who was already in the Airbnb. She did not walk in the Airbnb and unlock a back door to let people come in to avoid being captured by the Ring camera. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Once inside the Airbnb, Ms. Andrews goes upstairs, takes the laundry off the bed, the linen off the bed, puts it in the washing machine downstairs, and goes back upstairs. And so she's washing the bed linen and upstairs on her TikTok, on her phone, TikToking or whatever it is, talking to her sister via text message and talking to Mr. Chance's mother about how to operate the washing machine. And so she's upstairs the entire time before they leave to go to McDonald's. Alicia Andrews does not know who's coming in and out downstairs, doesn't know that there's a Rashad Murphy coming by, a Davion Murphy showing up, no clue. When it's time to go to McDonald's, though, she finds out. When it's time to go to McDonald's, she comes downstairs and Mr. Chance gives her the keys and says, hey, go get in the car. And of course she does. She goes and gets in the passenger seat of the silver Cruise that you saw in the video, expecting that Mr. Chance would join her in the driver's seat and take her to get food. However, that's not what happens. Mr. Davion Murphy, big guy, listed at about 5'9", 215 pounds, burly looking fella, a little gruff, comes outside and makes Mr. Chance get in the back seat, and he hops in the front seat, and he drives the Cruise to the McDonald's. And you see Davion Murphy in the driver's seat, Alicia Andrews in the passenger seat, and Isaiah Chance is in the back. Now, in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos tells Alicia Andrews that she must not be wearing a mask at the clubs to conceal, she must be wearing the masks at the club to conceal her identity because she's not wearing the mask at the McDonald's. But the reality is, Alicia Andrews thought that it was just going to be her and her boyfriend. No reason to wear the health mask, the medical mask. Then she didn't know that Davion Murphy was going to bum rush the ride and take control of the driver's seat, let alone did she expect Isaiah Chance to let him do so. So she's caught without her mask unexpectedly. Davion's in the video, you see him smoking and puffing, and Alicia wants to say something, but she can't because she's afraid to say something to this guy who just bogarted the Cruise, made her man get in the back seat, and took over. She won't say anything. Not because she was trying to hide herself. She didn't say anything because she was scared. Not because she wanted the guy to smoke in her face, because she was scared. They get back to the Airbnb, and a few hours later, they head out again. Go to Club Teasers. Now they're in the Cruise again, and Isaiah Chance is driving. Now the state asserts that because Isaiah Chance is driving and Alicia Andrews is right next to him while Isaiah Chance is on her phone, Alicia must have heard everything Isaiah said. They got that from Juan Ramos. But that's a bad assumption because there's...
Objection to that comment, Your Honor. Is that proper?
Anyway, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this are just the opening statements. The attorneys are telling you what they believe the evidence will be. That's all that it is, their belief.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's a bad assumption because there's no way of knowing. Although the cell phone data shows that that line was open and there was communication between the two phones, there's no way of knowing whether Isaiah Chance was the talker or the listener. And even if Isaiah Chance was the talker, there's no way to know whether he was using explicit language that Alicia Andrews could understand. So when in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos asks Alicia Andrews what Isaiah Chance was saying, and she says, I don't know. It was the truth. She didn't know. And there is no evidence whatsoever to the contrary. When they get to the club and they get out, Detective Ramos assumes that Alicia Andrews allows Isaiah Chance to use her phone. That's not the case. When Isaiah Chance says, give me the phone, she knows it's in her best interest to give him the phone. And so she does. Isaiah Chance uses Miss Andrews' phone all the time, whenever he wants. Nothing new, nothing strange whatsoever to Miss Andrews. Give me your phone, here's the phone. So he asks for the code to unlock the phone, and Miss Andrews gives him the code to unlock the phone. Nothing new, nothing strange, nothing suspicious about this at all. And you see them walking, and conspicuously you'll note that though there's an assertion that all the defendants in this murder conspired together, coordinated together, one stands out. When you see them in the video at Truth 18 and teasers, you see that Isaiah Chance is dressed in all black, face covered with the health mask, hoodie on. You see Alicia Andrews not dressed in all black, mask on, face completely exposed. When you see the video of the shooters at the hotel, all dressed in black, from head to toe, Rashad Murphy and Sean Gaithright. Everybody's coordinated, dressed in black, covered from head to toe. Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gaithright. All of them except Alicia. She wasn't in the loop. Then they walk up to the club. You see them go out of camera, then go back to the car, and they leave. Now, the state says that everywhere they went, they were following Charles Jones. As a matter of fact, the state even said Alicia was driving. Said that twice. Alicia Andrews doesn't even have a driver's license, doesn't even know how to drive, never drove, was never in control of the situation. She was a passenger in a car. Her boyfriend drove, in her mind, to get some food and to go to a few clubs in Tampa. She had one agenda, to be with her boyfriend. No mission to do anything to Mr. Charles Jones, be with the boyfriend. But the state says, and Detective Ramos said it too, that Alicia Andrews, if she wasn't a part of the conspiracy, should have stayed in the car, could have stayed in the car. But at the same time, the state tells you that Mr. Jones died in the car, caged. He was a sitting duck in a car. So of course, when Isaiah Chance gets out of the car in the middle of the night, Alicia Andrews knows better than to just stay in the car. She came with her boyfriend, intends to be with her boyfriend, gets out with her boyfriend, and walks to the club with her boyfriend. She didn't stay in the car like a sitting duck, because bad things can happen to you when you sit in the car in the parking lot. That's it. That's all. No evidence whatsoever suggesting that Alicia Andrews was on some surveillance mission. As a matter of fact, there's no indication that Isaiah Chance needed her help to survey anything. When walking, you'll see Alicia Andrews is farthest away from the club. Both clubs. No indication whatsoever that Alicia Andrews was on some kind of surveillance team, surveillance mission. She wasn't even dressed like the rest of the alleged conspirators. Alicia Andrews tells Detective Ramos this, but he says, no, what are you doing there? You must be stalking. You must be surveying. And she tells him that that's just not the case. I'm with my boyfriend. She says it over and over again. I'm just with my boyfriend. As a matter of fact, in that interrogation room, every time Detective Ramos asks her questions about herself, she's forthcoming and truthful. He tells her she has the right to remain silent. She doesn't exercise that right. She tells him exactly what he wants to know when he asks her questions about her. For example, in the interview, Detective Ramos asks, "Is that you in the car?" Without hesitation. She says, "Yeah, that's me." Another truthful statement. "Do you know the guy who drove you to McDonald's?" No, she doesn't know him. Just showed up at the Airbnb that night. "You guys went to some clubs?" "Yeah, couldn't get in though." And the reason why they didn't go in is because they didn't like the price. They asked the bouncer how much, didn't like the price, didn't go in. "Do you remember the clubs that you went to?" "Not really." "Is that you and Zay?" As they walk through the parking lot. Isaiah, they call him Zay. "Is that you and Zay?" "Yeah." "Is he using your phone?" "Yeah." "Who is he talking to on the phone?" "I don't know." "At the McDonald's, was Isaiah in the back seat?" "Yeah." Every time Detective Ramos asks Miss Andrews a question, she's honest, forthcoming, not trying to hide anything. It's just the truth. However, Detective Ramos doesn't like the truth. He gets upset, starts yelling at Alicia, starts cussing at Alicia, starts telling Alicia that she's going to die in jail, start telling Alicia that her parents are going to die and she'll never get to see them, tell Alicia Andrews that she'll never be able to see her baby again, all because his perception doesn't fit her reality, and he won't let her reality change his perception. But the reality is Alicia Andrews had one agenda, and this group had an entirely different agenda. You'll see. You'll see that there was no instance in time where Alicia Andrews did anything to contribute to this conspiracy. As the state spoke to you, it spoke quite a while. Never once did they say that Alicia Andrews did anything like touch a gun, touch an extended clip, touch a brass catcher. None of that. You won't find any physical evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints. You think that being a part of this big conspiracy, at least one time, ex-boyfriend or somebody in the group said, hey, hold this gun. Hey, give me that magazine. Hey, what about the brass catcher? Not one time. No physical evidence, no DNA supporting any assertion that Alicia Andrews had anything to do with this conspiracy. It's almost as if Alicia Andrews was not necessary for the trip. Plain as day. It's true. These guys did not need Alicia Andrews to commit murder. No. Alicia Andrews did not know these guys intended to commit murder. No. No evidence whatsoever, except for Alicia Andrews came to Tampa to be with her boyfriend. The group, all of them in the group, made their phones go ghost, except Alicia Andrews. All of them wore all black attire. Not Alicia Andrews. If the state's right, all of them went in the back door of the Airbnb. Not Alicia Andrews. All of them brought guns to the party, except Alicia Andrews. It was Alicia Andrews the entire time who had one agenda and one alone, that to be with her boyfriend, never in a group of guys who conspired to kill Charles Jones if the state is right. I want you to stay focused throughout this trial. While the state spoke, it talked a lot about Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Seth Gaithright, or Sean Gaithright, whichever one. But the styling of this case is the state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews. Stay focused. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there's not one single shred of evidence that supports the state's claim that Alicia Andrews conspired to kill Charles Jones, let alone did anything to further such conspiracy. You'll listen to the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look for it. You'll look to see the action that Alicia took to further this conspiracy. You'll hear the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look to see evidence that Alicia Andrews knew something about this conspiracy to kill Charles Jones, but you won't see it. What you will learn is that Alicia Andrews had absolutely no knowledge that these four boys conspired to kill Charles Jones. And the reason she had no knowledge is because she was not in that group. She was never in the loop because she was never in the group. Despite all of the evidence, all of the technology, cell phone records, license plate readers, DNA catchers, fingerprints, agencies like JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Gwinnett County Police, Tampa Police Department, ATF, all these agencies, all of this technology, none of it will render one shred of evidence to prove that case. It's kind of like what Isaac Asimov said when he said that the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to the evidence in this case. Be the wisdom, right the wrong, and render the only verdict that the facts and the law in this case supports. that Alicia Andrews, not only beyond a reasonable doubt, is not guilty. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. And render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malcolm. All right, state who's going to be your first witness.
State calls Aaliyah Albritton.
Okay, very good. And Ms. Doherty, can you approach real quick with defense counsel? Actually, go ahead, raise your right hand. Actually, don't do that. Stop one moment. Step over here, and then I'm going to send the jury out momentarily. Okay, I'll be right back. I promise. Be real quick.
All rise.
So I think that what I would like to do, I don't think that we have to go. I don't think we have to watch everybody's testimony, but I did want to bring up different people's testimony um, that were involved with the case that we didn't see in this trial here. Like, Alicia Andrews, she, of course, she testifies. Everything that Detective Ramos testifies to is kind of the same thing that he does, that he did in this trial. So that was kind of like a repeat, at least in my eyes. Um, but this big one that came up in regards to Alicia Andrews is going to be when her friend testifies. Remember, she has a friend that gets on the stand and testifies, if you don't know. And that's a big issue, at least even when we're talking about the defense, when they found their motion for a new trial, because her defense team said, throw all of this crap out or give us a new trial. They want all this shit thrown out, like throw it all out. The judge was biased. Remember, the judge got removed. So our girl, Cisco, she was removed from this case. So let me and the friend's testimony was a big thing because the friend was able to bring in those, um, the friend basically, she brought in uh, those messages between her and this young lady that were very, very old messages. And that's when she was like, she wanted Foolio dead, calling him an ugly ass B and all of this stuff. So they said those messages were like when she's like 13, 14 years old, and they shouldn't been bringing those messages in. And yeah, so I think that's something different uh in regards to this new trial, because of course that didn't come through there. So let me pull this out and put this on. And then her interrogation video, because remember, we didn't see her interrogation video on this one. Okay, here for her friend testimony. Let me pull it up and share it with you guys. Okay, here we go, guys. Hey, for anybody that's looking for for anybody that is looking for the verdict, we are still in verdict watch. I guess the verdict determined when they decided they have came to an agreement They've been back there probably about 3 to 4 hours by now. They don't really have a verdict clock up. I'm not sure why not, but they don't. But yeah, here we go, guys.
You swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat, and I can tell you're soft-spoken too, so it's very important, Ms. Randolph, that you speak into that microphone so we can hear you, okay? Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. And Ms. Randolph, where do you live?
Jacksonville. I'm sorry.
I am having trouble hearing you, so you gotta speak a little louder.
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Your whole life?
Mhm.
And you are very soft-spoken. Can I ask you to get a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you. You said you've lived in Jacksonville your whole life, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, did you have plans to travel to Tampa in June of 2024?
Mm-hmm.
I'm specifically going to ask you, June 22nd of 2024, did you come to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Who did you come to Tampa with?
Money.
Monty?
Mhm.
Is that Armani Turner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, just please make sure you say yes or no as opposed to So, thank you.
Do you know who Charles Jones is?
Yes.
Had you met Charles Jones before that weekend?
Yes.
Approximately how many occasions had you met Charles Jones?
Well, I know him since 6th grade.
Since he was 3?
Since 6th grade.
6th grade, I apologize. What was his rapper name?
Fully.
Foolio?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And back then in June of 2024, did he have a relationship with your friend Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know how long they had been dating at that point?
Well, they had just got back together for a couple months, but they used to date back in the day when we was kids.
And this weekend, you said you traveled with Armani Turner from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct? That weekend of June 22nd of 2025.
Yes.
Who was driving?
Money.
What kind of car did she have?
A Hyundai.
Was that a gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Was there anyone else with you and Miss Turner in the gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Xavier.
Xavier?
Yes.
And are you referring to Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Did all three of you travel down from Jacksonville to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Where did you go in Tampa?
To the Airbnb.
An Airbnb. Okay, I'm not going to ask you the address, but it was an Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
What was going on at the Airbnb?
Nothing. Everybody was just chilling.
You say everybody. Approximately how many people were at the Airbnb?
I don't know, more than 10, more than 15.
Of the people you've already mentioned, Armani Turner, was she at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know anyone else that was at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Who else did you know that was there that night? Gino Norris?
Yes.
How long would you say, well, let me ask you this. Approximately what time did you get to that Airbnb where Charles Jones was on that Saturday, June 22nd of 2025?
Like 11:45, 11:50
When you say 11:45, are you talking AM or PM?
p.m.
So at night, it was already dark out?
Yes.
What happened when you got to that Airbnb in Tampa?
Nothing. We just walked in, seen all the people, spoke to the people we knew, and we was just in the kitchen, and we was just posted up in the kitchen.
And how long, did anything unusual happen at that Airbnb?
No.
Were there any fights or any kind of incidents at the Airbnb?
No,
At some point, did the police show up at the Airbnb?
yes,
What happened when the police showed up?
nothing. Me and Monty talked to them and told them we was down here for her boyfriend's birthday and nothing was going on. They said they got a call about a fight and we let them know nobody wasn't fighting or anything. And they said, okay, enjoy your night. And they left.
And at some point, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes,
Before we talk about that, you said that you were there for Armani's boyfriend's birthday. Is that correct?
yes,
Was it his birthday? Was it Charles Jones' birthday that weekend?
yes.
Was he scheduled to appear at some nightclubs that weekend as well?
I'm not sure.
Do you know whether or not, did you go to nightclubs that weekend?
We went to 2 clubs.
Do you remember the name of the clubs that you went to?
No,
What time do you think that you went to the first club?
I don't know.
Okay, so you got there after 11:45 p.m., is that correct?
Yes,
Would it have been after midnight going into June 23rd of 2024?
yes,
So you were at the Airbnb for more than 15 minutes.
yes, because we stayed, helped clean up, changed, and everything like that. He waited for us to change and we helped him pack up. And then we left to go to the first club. I think it was like an hour away or something.
And I want to talk about how everybody gets to the first club. How do you get to the first club?
In the car that I came in.
Armani Turner's car?
Yes,
That's the gray Hyundai, correct?
yes.
Who is in the car with you in the gray Hyundai going to that first club?
Me and Monty, I think. Or me, Monty.
Armani Turner.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the car with you that you can remember?
I think Robert had got in then, or he got in after the first club. I don't know, but I know me and Monty was together the whole night. So.
Okay. And you said it may have been Robert, is that correct? Are you referring to Robert Howard?
Yes.
But did you also say that he may not have gotten in at the first club, but maybe at the second?
No, like on the way to the first club.
Okay.
I don't remember, but I know I was in the car with Monty. But after we left the first club, on the way to the second club, I know he was in the car with us. When we left the second club, I know he was in the car with us.
Okay. So you were in a car with Armani Turner when you went from the Airbnb to the first club.
Yes.
Did other people from the Airbnb also go to the first club, but in other vehicles?
Yes, they was already there.
They were already there. You met them at that club?
Yes, when we left, it was only the car Charles was in and the car me and Monty was in. We followed each other there.
And so you're following behind the car that Charles Jones was in, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember who was in the car with Charles Jones?
Everybody else, I think, like him, Gino, Xavier, Robert.
So you believe Gino Norris and Robert Howard and Xavier Edwards were all at that point with Charles Jones in the car?
I think so.
And you went to the club?
Yes.
Any instance or any incident that occurred at the first club?
No.
And you said you went to another club, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about, are you still in the same vehicle with Armani Turner when you go to the second club?
Yes, I never changed vehicles.
And at this point, does Robert Howard go from Charles Jones's vehicle into the vehicle with you and Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not there is another vehicle that Camilla Bentley is in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. So were there some people in the group that you didn't know?
There's a lot of people I didn't.
But did your vehicle stay with Charles Jones's vehicle?
Wherever he went, we went.
And at that second club, do you know approximately how long that you were at the second club?
No.
Was there any issue at the second club?
No.
What happened after you left the second club?
We got in the car to go to the hotel.
You're in the same vehicle the entire time?
Yes.
Who's in the vehicle with you at that point?
Me, Monty, and Robert.
And You said that Charles Jones was in the vehicle. Is that correct? In the other vehicle?
In his car, yes.
Okay, and who was with him at that point when you're leaving the second club to go to the hotel?
Gino, Xavier, and his help.
Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
So when you get to the other club, when you get to the hotel, what happens?
He go inside for like 2 minutes. He come out.
When you say he, you said he goes inside. Who are you referring to?
Charles.
Charles Jones?
Yes. When he come out, he texts Monty and say, no, he called her, text her one dumb, forgot. And he was like, they said they gave his reservations away. So we like, okay, we finna look up some hotels. So we all just get on our phone and we start trying to find hotels that's near. And he said one of his other friends told him they went back towards where the Airbnb was because everything in that area was already booked up. So we was just on our phones trying to find a hotel that was close by because it was already late.
So what happened at that point?
We was in the car on our phones listening to music, and then we heard gunshots. So then we was looking like, then I cut the radio down, and we heard them some more, and it sounded like they was closer, but we couldn't tell what direction that they was coming from. And we like, oh no, we getting shot at, and Monty put the car in reverse, and we just, yeah.
So you said Armani Turner, she put the car in reverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And did anything happen in the parking lot when she put the car in reverse?
Yes, we, I think it was his cousin car. They went to drive, we went in reverse, so we kind of hit each other. And then we just both ended up getting out of the parking lot. And when we got out of the parking lot, we seen a car, which we thought was Charles' car. So we made a U-turn. And when we made a U-turn, we realized it wasn't his car. And we ended up going down the street and we seen the police and we hopped out and was trying to tell them like, oh, we just got shot at, but they wasn't listening. So we hopped back in the car and made another U-turn. So they hopped in their car and they chased us, and they called for backup, and we led them to where we found Charles' car at.
Okay. So you said that you ran into law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
And did all of you, Armani Turner and Robert Howard, all get out of the vehicle at that point?
We got out. Me and Monty got out when we seen the police, and we was trying to talk to him. He wasn't listening. We hopped back in the car. Me, Robert, and Monty got out when we came back to the hotel, and all the police was with us, and we didn't see his car. We rode around until we seen it, and when we seen it, everybody hopped out the car.
And what happened when you hopped out of the car?
The police had hopped out and told us to stop moving and told us to back up. And from where I was, I could see like in his car because I was on the passenger side. So like, see.
And you said his car. At that point, did you notice Charles Jones' car in the parking lot when you came back to the hotel?
Yeah, we had pulled up right in front of his car.
At some point, those police officers that you ran into on the roadway, did they come back and follow you to that location?
When we got back in the car and pulled off, they pulled off with us. Okay. And they called for backup. And I guess the other officers met at the hotel, and they told us basically we was running from the police, not do that again.
Okay. At some point, did they take your interviews and realize that Miss Turner's boyfriend had been the one that was shot in the other car?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you provide an interview to law enforcement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 2E. Do you recognize this, Ms. Randolph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of where Armani Turner's car came to a stop after it came back to the hotel after the shooting?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 2E. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted. Ms. Turner, can I ask you, I'm sorry, not Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, can I ask you to step down and point out to the jury which car in this picture is the vehicle Armani Turner drove and the one that you were in all night? The one to the right with the doors, well, they both have the doors open, but the one to the right of the photograph? Okay. And there's another vehicle. Is that the vehicle that you saw eventually when you got out of the car and started talking to law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that you had previously seen Charles Jones in prior to the shooting?
Yes.
And is that the location where it was when you came back to Home to Suites after the shooting?
Yes, that's what we found out.
And prior to coming to court today, did I ask you to look at a video that was from the Instagram feed of Charles Jones on June 22nd of 2023 2024, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did that accurately depict his Instagram feed on those dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 85C.
Any objection?
Yes.
Yes. And yes, tell me again what item we're admitting.
95A.
95A. Okay, admitted.
Ms. Rand, that Airbnb and the people that are in that party?
Yes.
Okay.
The people that I know and myself.
You recognize yourself in there as well, is that correct? Okay. And is Miss Armani Turner your friend? Is she in there as well?
Yes.
And that individual right there, is that,
Yes.
and is that what he was wearing that night, June 22nd of 2024, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And you said he was celebrating his birthday?
Yes.
Is this that last club that you went to with Charles Jones on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And is that you actually, are you part of that group going to that club with Charles Jones at Truth 18?
Yes.
And are these some of the flyers that show that he was going to be there on Truth 18?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Ms. Randolph, after you got to that location where, and I'm going to go back to June 23rd of 2024, when you all got back to the hotel and saw Charles Jones' car, how long were you at that location before you were able to speak to law enforcement officers about what had happened? Hours. At some point, did Charles Jones' mother come to that location?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
So in the video, I do want to ask you just one more question about that party at the Airbnb. And in the video, it can be seen that there is Don Julio, is that correct?
Mhm.
Was there any special, to your knowledge, was there any special association with Don Julio to your friend Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
No, he doesn't drink.
He doesn't drink at all?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Cross.
And when you say that Fulio does not drink, that video that we saw earlier, it shows him drinking that one night. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that was the only night you've seen him drink ever before.
Yes, he's never been a drinker.
Okay. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No,
You ever met her before?
no,
Have you ever seen her before?
no.
All right. Do you know what 6 Block is?
Yeah,
What is 6 Block?
something that he sang about.
Something that
Charles sings
Charles
about.
Jones sang about?
Yes.
Okay. How long has Charles Jones sang about 6 Block?
I don't know. He's been rapping since 6th grade.
Okay. Has he been rapping about 6 Block since 6th grade though?
He's been rapping about a lot of stuff since 6th grade.
But what about 6 Block?
I don't know how long he's been rapping about that.
All right. Is 6 Block a group?
No,
Is it a gang?
no,
If I were to ask you whether you're a part of 6 Block, would you say yes or no?
no,
You're not?
N-
You're not a part of 6 Block.
no. Did you
All right.
see that I was a part of 6th grade?
I can't hear you.
No,
Okay. Are you a part of ATK?
no.
Do you know what ATK is?
Yes,
What is ATK?
something, a group, I guess.
A group? All right. Do 6 Block and ATK get along?
I don't know. I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into all of that.
Okay. The night you said earlier that you were following Julio Foolio around wherever he went, you all went. Is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't in control of the vehicle?
No,
You weren't driving?
no,
And did you know where you were going every step of the way?
no. I've never been here.
At any point in time when you were riding around with your friends, could you have just gotten out of the car and went home?
My ride, I was riding around with my ride.
So you could not just get out of the car and go home, correct?
No,
Earlier you said Robert Howard was inside the car with Fulio at some point in time. Is that correct?
yes, he was already down there when we got down there.
All right. So Robert Howard's in the car with Fulio, and he's also in the car with Gino at some point.
Yes,
Gino Norris, the witness that was right before you.
yes,
The videos that we saw there is Alicia Andrews in any of those videos?
I don't know.
Was she at the Airbnb with you?
I don't know.
Was she at Teasers with you?
I don't know.
And was she at Truth 18?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know her. She could have been.
You're aware of obviously the type of music that Julio Foolio made. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is drill rap?
Hmm.
That he
Yes.
rapped about dead people?
Everybody from my city do that.
You said everybody from your city does that?
Yes.
So it's a common thing in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
All right. And these people that are rapping about dead people or killing people, they are rapping about killing each other's friends?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't
Do you
know.
listen to the music?
Not really.
Why not?
I don't get into all that.
You don't get into all of it.
Yes.
All right, but you do hang out with the people who make the music.
I don't hang out with nobody. I've known him since 6th grade.
Okay. Have you hang out with him since 6th grade?
I got invited to his birthday party and I went.
All right. So if other people in that group of individuals that went out to the birthday party, if they were gang members, would that make you a gang member?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay,
Verbal responses. Okay, thank you. Mr. Facemeyer. Thank you, Alan. Tracy, could you please state your name for the record?
Tracy Marie Grist.
And can you spell your last name?
Hold the mic a little closer to you, please.
The whole base, please.
Tracy Marie Grist. That better?
Yes, thank you. My glasses just.
So this next part that I'm gonna play is gonna be when her best friend gets up on. No, I don't think they're best friends no more. But when her best friend gets up on the stand, and when these text messages that, of course, they are in the appeal, are brought into the trial, even though the defense did object to these text messages coming in, somehow, some way, we got these text messages in here. And then after this, I'm gonna go to Alicia Andrews' interrogation video. So, no verdict yet. I haven't even seen that they asked the question, which is strange, but yeah, they don't have any questions. No, yeah. It's probably just going through all them forms. They had a lot of counts for everybody, and they got 4 people that they have to go through. So I can just imagine that it's probably gonna take them a minute. But anywho, we'll find some things to do in the in-between time. It sounds like we probably gonna be working tomorrow too. That's what I think. But yeah, I think we'll be working tomorrow. But let's go ahead and listen to her friend's testimony, guys. And if you haven't already, if you could please hit the like button, that would be so super, super duper awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It ain't too many times when I break in, so I figure I'd get it off while I'm in here. All right.
Are you?
23 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of Alicia Andrews?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Alicia Andrews?
Over a decade.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
She's sitting in the middle and she has on a beige, I would say, blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
the record shall so reflect.
You said you have known her for over a decade. How would you describe the nature of your relationship?
She's one of my bestest friends.
And I'm going to ask you, what is your current phone number? And as a good friend of yours, do you communicate with Alicia Andrews on the phone from your number 904?
Correct.
And I know that I previously have met with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you some questions about whether or not your friend, Alicia Andrews, was dating somebody by the name of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had Alicia Andrews been dating Isaiah Chance before June of 2024?
I want to say 2-3 years.
Had you yourself ever met Isaiah Chance?
3 times.
Is that a person that you have taken Alicia Andrews over to Isaiah Chance's address before?
Yes.
And has Alicia Andrews, has she talked to you about Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Both in person and through text messaging on her phone?
Yes.
Did Alicia Andrews ever mention to you that Isaiah Chance was in a gang?
She mentioned that there were rumors that he was in a gang.
And when did she mention that? When was that conversation? Was that before June of 2024?
It was before June of 2024, but I can't give you a specific date.
Did you previously say that you thought it was in January or February of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was throwing out dates.
And she specifically told you that she was aware that he was in a gang. Is that correct?
She was aware that he was tied in or affiliated within a gang, yes.
Do you remember what gang that was?
I believe it's NHG.
Okay. And is that a gang in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And you yourself living in Jacksonville, Florida, you are aware with a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, the victim in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is a name that you have been familiar with for a very long time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Approximately how many years have you known or heard of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Since like 2016, so I would say going on a decade.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 75C2. Do you recognize this exchange, these text messaging between yourself? Is that your phone number, 1-904-9?
It's my phone number.
And are those messages from you and Alicia, between you and Alicia Andrews that occurred in 2021?
That is correct.
Here at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 75C.
Do you renew previously made objections?
Yes.
Okay, same ruling and it'll be admitted.
And it's just 75C2.
Yes, correct.
So again, Ms. Jordan, this number here is your phone number. Is that correct? 1-904. Okay. I'm going to ask you, this column is your response to her messaging. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top where it says January 19th of 2021, where the defendant, Ms. Andrews, is saying or texting you in a message, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody, what does PPL mean?
That's abbreviation for people.
And then it says from out east.
That's a hood in Jacksonville.
Okay. And is that, when you say out east, a hood in Jacksonville, is that an area associated with ATK and 1200?
More so 1200.
And it says out east, dis, they side, so, and then OFC, do you know what that means?
Of course.
They gone, say some, but it don't even be, what is this?
She's referring to Lil Papa. He's a rapper.
Okay. And do you know what gang La Papa is involved in?
He's from 1200.
Okay. And then it says like that FR Foolio. Is that a reference to Julio Foolio, the victim in this case?
That would be correct.
It says be the one talking shit, then all the little, and then I'm not going to say it, NIGGAS come, and the other extra ass people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you read what your response is to that?
Everybody be dissing. That's how SB when them in choose to live like that. So that's what come with that lifestyle. It's sad, but it ain't gonna stop. Like famous people do it too. Look at Dirk. He always talking about Tuka. Like it's always gonna be like that.
And when you're saying famous people, one of those famous people you're referring to is Julio Foolio. Is that correct?
No, I was referring to Lil Durk. He's a Chicago rapper.
He's a Chicago rapper. Okay, I apologize. Thank you for clarifying that. And then what did you say at this time?
I said she got a point, but the it's gonna continue because they keep killing each other.
And what are you referring to when you say they keep killing each other?
Everybody that was involved at the time of 2021, it was a lot of people dying. 2020, 2021.
And are you talking about between those rival groups, 1200, ATK, and 6 Block?
Yes.
And then Ms. Andrews text to you, right? So gonna go on, and they're saying let Leaky rest. Do you know who Leaky is?
I don't know him personally.
Do you know who he's affiliated with?
1200.
Leaky rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like so it's just gonna keep repeating. And yeah, they know what come with it. So charge that to the game, go retaliate or something. They're sitting up here rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all gotta do. But they don't even be in Jacksonville. And I doubt they GAF. Do you know what that means?
Give AF.
Okay. About anybody here or upcoming rappers. So well aware about Julio Foolio as a rapper and some of those other people we've mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do they also rap about this war that's going on in Jacksonville?
They do.
It's called drill rapping.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did you respond to that?
At least that S ain't late SF. Mine was a week late. And yes, B, I think I sent you the post, like all these rappers in paperwork, except J Dot. He in the clear, and my cousin vouched for him too.
I'm going to ask you about J Dot. Who's that?
A rapper in Jacksonville.
Is that Ja'Cory Rivers?
Yes.
What gang is he affiliated with?
1200.
And then Miss Andrews texts back, it was deleted about time I got up, but Foolio, he said it, but everybody kind of knew that it was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot that boy that died with him at that Reigns game, but that boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side, it was Bibby, and we'll know that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy. Do you know the Robert who she's referring to?
Yes.
Who's that?
Robert Howard.
And is he affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes.
And when they say 6 side, is 6 Block, is that again a reference to an area in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And 6 Block is against 1200 or rival to 1200 and ATK, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then what was your response to that?
OMG and LMAO, everybody kind of knew. B, they all knew. They all in his comments calling him a rat.
Okay. And then what does your then text ATPP, what does that mean?
It means at this point,
And then
if you
what
know
else?
you in paperwork, just expose yourself.
And then the defendant then texts back to you, and this is January 21st of 2021, 8:39 a.m. Girl, I don't like Foolio, LMFAOOO, ugly ass. He need to die. And SHID, that was will friend, and then FUCK, that code, and SHIT, bitch, he shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it. What's she saying there? What's she talking about?
Well, she's referring to somebody that had just died that we know.
In this
So,
gang war?
yeah, we're basically just gossiping.
Okay.
Because
I
you see, we're
understand
talking
that,
about
but
the city
who was
girls.
it in this gang war that she personally knows?
Personally,
Yes, you're saying that you're talking about a friend that just died. Who's
Will, that was the only person that we both know.
Will at Rains High School, is that, or who else?
That's it.
Okay, all right. And then she says, oh, City Girls made a remix to Throat Baby Girl. This sounds so dumb. LMAOOO. What does that mean?
We're gossiping, like we're still just talking.
And then what did you say? What are you emphasizing what she just said?
Yes.
How do you emphasize that when you're text messaging back and forth?
Hold the message down and then you pick a reaction.
And then what did you say in response?
I can't stand him either. He's green SF and OMG, he killed Will friend. OH, nah, I would have slid. Cause he all on Instagram clowning his A. I would have dropped that bag on his BA head or came for one of his homeboys. Somebody gotta die. And yes, I ain't even listened to it yet. I know it's A. Like why they got the same 3 people on another remix.
And when you say he killed Will friend, are you referring to the Rains High School shooting?
Yes.
And then what did you say down here?
Why they got the same 3 people on another remix. We're talking about the City Girls comment.
And then she texts back, exactly, and yeah, don't call. I bet he's still on there, but out of all you people, you give him your LMFAOOO TF. What does TF mean? And then nah, FR.
For real.
She wanted that to happen anyways, always used to joke around saying she was manifested. What does that mean?
That was a whole different conversation, appears to be.
What did you then text in response?
Exactly, it would have been better if 3 had it because I fucked with him and laughed my ass off. She did, he did too, they dumb. I ain't thinking about kids till I'm like 22 plus. So it has to be like just a sidebar conversation.
Okay, let's go back to this when she texted you on, because I think Julio talking about Therese and his friends, LMAOOO, I do not like him. What's she talking about in this particular sentence?
Foolio is talking about Therese on social media.
On social media?
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. And then she says to you, that is Julio, though he recruit a bunch of dumbass NIGGAS who's willing to die. Is that what you said in response to her?
Yes.
And what do you mean by he's recruiting a bunch of people?
Well, it was something that really was city known and everybody was saying, like, I'm not the only person that said that. A lot of people in this city has said that, like, he recruit a lot of people to die, meaning that he got a lot of people that will come behind him ready to risk their life behind him. And he's still out and alive and living his life.
And he's a part of 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And then she responds back, right? And he's starting to realize, but first time I saw him, that clicked on him. When Julio called, we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGA, always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I can be the one die, not him. I ain't no bodyguard, I was dying. What's she saying when she says that?
I believe she's referencing to what Therese told her about him and how he felt about Julio.
Okay, so she's not saying that she's ever met Julio when she says, when we called, Julio called, we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGE, always want me to ride with him. Who's she referring to when she says he always wants me to ride with him?
Well, she was dating Therese at the time, so I'm pretty sure that phone call happened while she was with Therese,
Okay.
and she overheard the conversation.
And how does Therese know Julio?
They used to be in the same group, and then they split up.
6 Block.
Well, it's a lot in 6 Blocks, so I guess you can say that, yeah, he was 6 Block side.
And did you have any concerns about Therese riding around with Julio?
That would be something between her and Therese.
Isn't that just what she's telling you here?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Well, yeah, if he's saying that he don't want to die and riding for him, then I would be worried. That was my boyfriend at the time.
And right before that, she's, you're talking about he's recruiting a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
It was in direct response to that message, right?
Right.
And then what was your response to her?
LMFAOO, crying because no, for real, like, B, do your own drill. Nobody want to die behind your squid face. A, at least he know shit.
Okay, and who are you referring to now?
We're still talking about Therese.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross. Oh, that's right over there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
These messages you see here. What's the date on the message?
2021.
January 2021?
Yes, sir.
Alicia's still in high school?
Yes, sir.
She's 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
This is almost 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
There's a message there in the middle from you. It's not really a message, it says emphasized, right?
Right.
You're emphasizing a message that Alicia sent to you, Alicia Andrews sent to you, right?
Correct.
All right, what does it mean when you emphasize a message?
It means like I agree.
All right, so you agree. Now, when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, how old are you at the time?
I'm 18 at the time.
All right, are you young at that time?
Yes.
All right, and when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, does this have anything to do with Alicia wanting to kill Julio Foolio?
No.
Did you ever want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Overruled, but she has already asked and answered it. So anyway, what's your next question?
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth and you're calling each other, are you all really meaning to degrade each other?
No.
All right. Is that more of a figure of speech?
Yes.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth with each other, is this a form of gossip?
Yes, it is.
Are you and Alicia Andrews gossiping about what's going on in Jacksonville?
Yes, we are.
With all these different people, whether it be Therese, whether it be Foolio, whether it be this group or this neighborhood, is that gossip?
It is gossip.
All right. And is it ignorant gossip?
It is ignorant gossip.
All right. And you two are sort of spectating what's going on out in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. So, and you all see a lot in Jacksonville as it relates to this gang activity and people not getting along. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the commentary that you see here that you're engaging in, even when you say that you would put a bag on somebody, that is more satire than anything.
That is correct.
All right. Do you even know how to put a bag on anyone?
No.
Do you have any money to put a bag on anyone's head?
I do not.
All right. Would you even know who to call to put a bag on someone's head?
Objection,
No.
relevance?
It's in the
Overruled. Go ahead.
messages. You see here it says he needs to die. You see that?
Yes.
You've seen people say that Alicia Andrews needs to die, correct?
That is correct.
Online?
Objection,
Sustain the objection. That's inappropriate.
Have you talked to anybody, or has anyone talked to you in the same sort of manner before?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustain the objection.
Can we come sidebar?
No, sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
The way that you all are talking in the messages, is that new to you?
No.
Is this something you've never seen before?
No.
Is this something that's only Alicia Andrews is saying?
No. It's something that city knows.
Julio Foolio, a lot of people did not like him, correct?
That is correct.
Objection, relevance?
Overruled. As far as the context of this text conversation.
Julio Foolio was one of the top instigators in Jacksonville when it came to drill rap. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. And he was one of the more popular drill rappers in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He had a lot of enemies, right?
That is correct.
And those enemies existed outside of ATK and outside of 1200, right?
That is correct.
All right. You see this message in the middle here, talking about an individual named Robert?
Yes,
All right. This message is talking about an individual who died at Rains. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Is Rains a school in Jacksonville?
Yes, it is.
And did Alicia Andrews attend Rains?
She did she didn't graduate from Reigns, but she did attend Reigns.
She attended Rains. And when she attended Rains, did an individual die at Rains?
Yes,
At a football game?
yes, sir.
Is that what Alicia Andrews is talking about here?
Yes,
Her reality?
yes, sir.
All right. And how Robert was accused of killing Rains.
Correct. He was accused of killing Spaz.
Okay, I'm sorry, not Rains. Correct me. Thank you. That Robert was accused of killing someone at Rains.
Yes.
So she's just talking about what's going on at school.
Correct.
Alicia Andrews ever told you she was planning on killing Julio Foolio?
No,
Did Alicia Andrews ever tell you that her boyfriend was planning on killing Julio Foolio?
no,
Or that any gang, are you in a gang?
no, sir.
Is Alicia Andrews in a gang?
No, she is not.
And earlier you said that Alicia Andrews had heard rumors of her boyfriend being in a gang. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is anything in the text messages that you saw from 5 years ago, is any of this any sort of coded gang language?
No,
Since these text messages almost 5 years ago, do you know of Alicia Andrews texting you saying that she wanted Julio Foolio to die?
no. That was the only time we talked about Foolio.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, those were only 3.5 years before the actual homicide of Charles Jones occurred, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what you are saying is idle gossip, you're also talking about real people who died, is that correct?
Correct.
Leaky really died, is that correct?
That is correct.
Spaz really died, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Spaz is Gerard Joe Rod Adams, is that correct? That's his name.
That is correct.
That's Will's friend,
Correct.
right? That's a person who went to high school with the defendant, Alicia Andrews, is that correct? You said you
I
went
didn't go
Ra-
to Reigns, so I cannot testify to that.
You didn't just testify to the defense attorney when you said Spaz, that he was shot at Rains High School?
That's public knowledge.
Okay. And it's also your personal knowledge, isn't it, ma'am, that your good friend, Alicia Andrews, went to Rains High School. You know that, right?
I do know that.
So you're talking about this idle gossip. You're talking about real events and real people who have died in the defendant's life, correct?
You're saying her personal life, like it wasn't like her sister or cousin or anybody that died. This is stuff that we've seen on social media and we were discussing it.
Okay. But you're the one who said it was her friend, right?
We both know him. Like we know him. We're from Jacksonville.
So you're a friend as well.
I wouldn't really call him a friend, but I know him.
Okay, but you just testified that it was your friend, is that right? That's your words, friend, right?
Okay, well, friend is I'm gonna say associate, like we know him, or we're acquainted with him, but I wouldn't call him our friend.
What does drill rap mean? You just said to the defense attorney, Julio Foolio is one of the most infamous drill rappers in Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
He's not the only one, right? There are other famous drill rappers on the other side in Jacksonville, right?
Correct, but he was the face for his side.
What about Young and Ace? Is he the face of drill rap for ATK?
That is, you can say that, yes.
Okay. You know who Spinabenz is?
I know of him. I don't know him personally.
Heard some of the drill rap from Spenabens, is that how you say it?
Yes, I've heard the drill rap from all of them.
Wappa with the choppa?
Yes,
And that's all on the other side, right? 1200 or ATK, Ace's crew, right?
correct.
Just as bad as the drill rap from Charles Jones in this case?
Correct.
All about killing his members, 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And did you know whether or not Joe Rod Adams, Spaz, he's the brother to one of the co-defendants, Rashad Murphy, in this case?
I knew that after this case was presented.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused for now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just so y'all know, yeah, that I don't know if I would have thought. I don't know about them coming back fast. They got a lot of work to do. When you talk about 4 people, all them charges like each person got, and if you're gonna really take a real serious look at it, I don't think everybody. I don't know. Some things with Isaiah Chance can be, only because he didn't pew him. I think some things can be a little different. And then, Sean got that extra charge on his sheet. So they got to really probably make sure that they go through everything. But we about to watch her interrogation video to kind of keep us going. But yeah, they may be deliberating tomorrow. And just so y'all know, we were here like to 12 o'clock East Coast time for Alicia Andrews' verdict, y'all. I shit you not. It was 12 o'clock East Coast time. Like 9 o'clock. I never forget it because it was Halloween. And I was like, are you serious? This what we doing? But yeah, they was doing it. And I guess now she done said that they can't even go home. She said all they can do is go to the hotel, go to bed. They're going to eat, drink, go to the bathroom. They're going to do everything together. So the jury is tied at the hip. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how fast. She told people to bring their medication, bring everything they're going to need to feel comfortable. I don't know how long they're going to be there. But she said she wasn't going to keep them on Mother's Day. So I guess they get to go home Sunday. I don't know if that means like if they don't reach a verdict, they get to go home on Sunday, or she's planning that they reach a verdict. Because it sounds like she's going to start the DP phase on Monday. You remember, we always want to say innocent until proven guilty, but I have to beg to differ with you guys. I definitely think that you are definitely guilty until you prove yourself innocent in the court of law. You may think it's the other way around, innocent until proven guilty, but I ain't seen that happen not once. I think that they make you be guilty first, as much as we want to believe it. But let's go in here, go ahead and watch her interrogation video. And then after that, we'll watch her testimony that she had in her case. And remember, she has a court hearing on Monday, but guess what? She got a new judge. And she told the new judge, throw all that shit out because Judge Cisco was off the hook. Throw it all out. She said, throw it all out. If you haven't already, if you could please hit the like button, that would be so awesome. It's free. It don't even cost us anything. I know sometimes, I only say it out loud because I know sometimes in the chat we don't actually see it, the reminders for the like button, but it's nice sometimes just to have a reminder. Only because I know I go on people's chats and I be forgetting too. And I'm a creator, so that just tell you how crazy it is. I be so busy trying to get in the chat to talk to people and say hi and everything. I've been forgot to hit the like button when I go out and be out here in these YouTube streets and kicking it. So yeah, if you can, that would be awesome if you forgot. No harm, no foul. Just do it like Nike. All right, here we go, guys.
Okay, is we want to show you the stuff we want to show you, and we want to give you the opportunity, and it's your choice, okay? But before we can go into those details, we are going to read your rights, okay?
Don't you understand it's up by your rights? You're the driver's seat on this, okay?
Talk about what you want to talk about. Don't talk about what you don't want to talk about. Okay, this is up to you on this. But I think you're a young person. I don't think you understand the gravity of probably what could happen. But I want you to be able to see what all we want to show you. The only way we can show you all of this is if you're able to talk with us and move on with us. Does that make good sense?
Yeah.
All right, and just so you know, again, like you said, you want to see some stuff and you want to answer some stuff, you can answer. If you don't want to answer some stuff, you don't have to answer it. You're in control. This is, you are in charge of what happens to you in your future starting right now, okay? You have the right to remain silent. You understand that? You have the, anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during questioning. You understand that? If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before or during questioning free of charge. You understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that? Do you understand all the rights that I've just read you? So you understand at any time, up to you, okay? I want to show you a video here. Do you have any questions about your rights before I show you this video? Can you see that? Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell us what's going on here?
Waiting out the door.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I tell.
Do you remember what town you were in?
Yeah, tell.
Okay. Can you tell us what you're doing down there for that? Here's to be honest. Just
I had to wait for a neighbor to report it, so he had to come in with me.
who's the,
My boyfriend.
got it?
Yeah. What are you calling me?
What do you call her?
Is there a way to turn up the volume? I'm having trouble hearing.
Does it go back, you don't call, you never call him that? Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell us what's going on here?
Waiting out the door.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I tell.
Do you remember what town you were in?
Yeah, tell.
Okay. Can you tell us what you're doing down there for that? Here's to be honest. Just
I had to wait for a neighbor to report it, so he asked to come in with me.
who's the,
My boyfriend.
got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you calling me?
What do you call him?
Zane.
Zay? So does he go back and you don't call, you never call him that? No?
That's not like a family.
I Zay, you can call him Zay, if that's what you know him by. Yeah, who's going down to Tampa with you?
I don't know.
How many were with you?
He's my brother.
That was it? Just the three of you?
Yep.
Okay. You remember going to McDonald's while you were in Tampa?
I was hungry.
You were hungry? Okay. So that's you in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was driving the car at that time?
That person.
Was it the little brother that you were referring to? No? So you don't know this guy right here that's driving?
What's he called? Their nickname?
I don't know.
So tell us a little bit about what you guys did in Tampa.
Well, we just found a place to go, and I was hungry a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Might be pregnant, so.
Okay. Was they big? Where, so other than McDonald's, where else did you guys eat?
We went, we shot down the Waffle House. I was pretty fun some clubs.
Okay. You guys went to some clubs? You remember what
We
clubs?
couldn't get in.
You couldn't get into the clubs? Okay. Do you remember what clubs they were?
Not really, it's like a colorful looking building. We
Okay.
walked up and asked people.
You talked to the files at the front door?
Yeah, you know, we could stand in front.
Mhm.
But how much you get in?
Okay.
Is that one of the clubs you tried to get into? Is that you?
Yeah.
And that's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the name of that club?
I really want to live here. We just to find something.
Okay. So you tried to get into this club, but you couldn't get in?
Well, they told us a prize, but they passed, so.
You guys didn't want to pay for it? Or it just looked too bad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you talk to any of the bouncers there?
Yeah, it was a big guy.
What's going on here? Is he using your phone?
You think, yeah.
Can you tell me where you guys went after that?
Looking for small places.
This is part of a different club. You guys also try to get into this club?
I think we're gonna go in.
What's that?
I think we're gonna go in. You don't like black places.
You know, like what kind of places?
You don't like packed places.
Who's he talking to on the phone?
I don't know places.
Who was in his little brother? Just kind of refresh your memory a little bit. And then back to the McDonald's, as the gentleman driving. You've never met him before? Was he at the Airbnb with you guys?
How are you in a car with him and your boyfriend's not there?
No,
He was in the backseat?
but it was for me mainly. I just wanted food.
Okay, so how did this gentleman join you guys at some point in the evening?
I didn't know. I was just following my boyfriend.
I know, but did he come to the Airbnb? Did you guys pick this guy up somewhere? Was that silver car that you're in the drive-through in, is that the car that you and Zay traveled down from Jacksonville in for the weekend?
I don't something else. I don't know.
You don't remember what vehicle you traveled down in from Jacksonville? Okay.
I really was following him.
What's that?
I really was following him.
You were following Zay? He was kind of leading the activities?
Were you in a different car than Zay on the way down?
No, I just asked what they what we're doing so we can.
And just came down?
Plan was.
Is this Zay's little brother?
I don't know.
Do You don't know that? Do you know this kid?
I never met him.
You've never met him before?
I'm just on the sidelines. I don't talk to him.
All right, so at the end of the day, okay, if you are just on the sidelines, all right, you need to tell us that, right? You didn't necessarily, Isaiah's leading the activities, he's on the phone, he's telling you where to be, right? You're with him by his side, right? But obviously, something big happened that weekend in Tampa, right? Do you know?
Can I ask you something? Are you excited about getting pregnant?
I don't know. I lost the last one.
You did?
So, no.
Would you like to have a baby at some point?
No.
No?
How long have you and Zay been together?
Like 4 years on and off.
4 years on and off? Okay.
Do you know what happened in Tampa that weekend? And here's the thing. I need you
Everybody named police came to this night.
Now, what do you hear?
Like, oh
Who died?
my God. Supposed to be rapper.
I mean, he's pretty famous. I'm sure you know his name.
I don't listen to him.
Here's the thing. What I need for you to be right now is very, very honest with me. Okay? You're 21 years old, correct?
Yes.
So your phone, it tracks you, right? You know that, right? Your telephone,
Yes.
it tracks you. Tracks you everywhere you go. That's how we knew you were at these places to get video from, is because your phone showed you there at those exact times.
Yeah.
So we just go to those places, we download the video, and then lo and behold, we see you. I mean, I think that's the same jean jacket you're wearing?
Yeah, my favorite one.
Your favorite one? Okay. That's how we knew the Airbnb you were at, that's how we knew all these places you'd gone to, is because your cell phone was tracking you approximately every single minute with high accuracy.
I don't think that was being.
No, it's real. Yeah, your phone tracks you everywhere you
I'm
go.
talking about, you said a B&B.
Airbnb. Well, it was a B&B anyways, okay.
You live at somebody's house, is that what you're saying?
Do you remember sending an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here? You don't? You did, and you sent a message from your phone.
Oh, I know something.
Yeah. So what happened?
Yeah, she do like half offs and everything.
She does what?
She does half off. Like you can rent something for half a price.
Okay, who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name, just on Instagram. Like she do promos, she posts on Instagram.
Okay.
Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed at? Do you know who
She
booked
touched
it?
on text back.
Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked, and one was like, "I'm still going."
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like I was there first. Like I'm when you got the car.
Okay.
Like I
What
arrived.
car did you get into? Your ride was it?
Like
Was it Uber? On the Uber app?
I think so.
Who booked that one? You was there?
You probably did. I
You
don't know, I did.
Okay, all right. And where did you guys take that Uber to?
Look back home.
All the way back to Jacksonville. So you drove down in a car you don't remember, and then you took an
I'll
Uber?
tell you, I follow him.
Okay, all right.
If he said go, I'm ready to go. And I was already ready to go in there, but he kept on.
Is this the gentleman that was driving the cruise at McDonald's?
I don't think it was.
Yeah. He's going into the Airbnb at the same time that you guys are coming in and out, getting ready to leave that room, right?
Yeah. But I don't know.
Do you remember any conversations with him at all? Did he introduce himself in any way? Street name, talk about anything?
No.
You don't? No.
No. Probably that once or twice, but I never remember. Said no.
So when you talk about Zay's little brother, right? And that picture that I showed you and I asked you if that was Zay's little brother, do you know his real name? Do you know Zay's little brother's real name? Have you
She
spent?
called him like twin, I don't know.
Have you spent any time with him?
Probably once,
Okay.
like his house. I don't know him.
When did you go to his house?
I don't know what month it was. It was for, what holiday was it? I don't know, they had a little together or something. And I just went that night.
Okay. Other than that, you've never been to his house?
Like, I probably did, but I don't know if it's his house.
And
I probably never got a car.
And going back to that Airbnb video of when you're coming in, okay, to the Airbnb, where's everybody else at? Where's they and you? Because they don't come in at the same time.
How did they get in?
I don't know, I went through front.
Yeah, but this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Can you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could open the back door?
No. No, I just.
Were you there by yourself at Airbnb?
Yeah.
Well, it can't be you and Abby because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. It records every single person that comes in that front door and uses that code. When you guys went out to McDonald's, did you go out the front door? You don't know? Or did you go out the back door? Which door did you go out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? That you're the only one that went into the front door? Nobody else went in that front door? So how did Zay get inside if you were the only one that went in the front door?
I just knocked.
Huh?
I don't know if I just knocked.
No, I understand how you got in the front door.
Yeah.
How did anybody else get in because nobody else is on camera?
Anybody else?
Was Zay with you? He stayed there,
That's
right?
it.
He didn't go in the front door.
I don't know, I just knocked.
Zay didn't go in the front door.
I'm not sure where he went.
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. I don't know myself.
Okay, but he didn't go in the front door.
Well, I don't know. Did y'all ask him that? 'Cause I don't know. I'm going in because I stepped in.
Well, so you know your cell phone tracks up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it knows where you were, moved on.
I think it should speak for itself.
Yeah.
You see these little dots here?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's your phone, right? That's ping. This is, we've labeled the Airbnb, okay?
Mm-hmm.
See that? And every single minute, your phone is pinging off. You see all those little bubbles there? That's your phone pinging off it, okay? That's your phone pinging off of it, right? To get back to the very most important time period. So you arrived at the Airbnb around 8 p.m. and this is the Airbnb, and here we are at 8 p.m., okay? You stayed at the Airbnb up until the point where you were hungry and you needed to get some McDonald's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is how we found that McDonald's footage.
You might want to watch this.
You gotta watch this, okay? This is very important because you're gonna need this information for when you make the decision that you gotta make, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There, between 125 and 140, you head over to the McDonald's, right? That's how we knew where to look at the McDonald's. And then you go back to the Airbnb, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then after the Airbnb, you head over to the first club, Teaser's Club. Do you know who else was at Teaser's Club while you were there? The rapper from Jacksonville, Julio, that died in Tampa, right? He was at Teaser's as well, and we have him on footage at Teaser's. After he leaves Teaser's, no, that's fine, you gotta watch this because you gotta know, okay? After he leaves Teaser's, he goes to Truth 18, right? For his after party, which he posted on Instagram, walking up the stairs. Guess who else shows up at Truth 18 after Julio shows up at Truth 18? You show up at Truth 18.
It wasn't that crowded, so.
Okay, no, but there's one place that wasn't a club, right? So there's one place that wasn't a club that you have to come up with a reason why you were there. It's a hotel where Julio was shot and killed at.
I never stayed at a hotel.
So you didn't say, we know you didn't stay at that hotel. We know you didn't stay at that hotel.
You went to the parking lot.
But you were at the hotel where Julio was murdered at the exact same time that he was murdered. Okay? Sweetie, the reason we're showing. No, listen, this is a time where we're gonna, I understand, I want to make it, because you've never been arrested before, right? And you might not understand the gravity of the situation you're in, okay? You're familiar with Zay's old friend Tilly that was shot and killed? No? You're not familiar with that? His killer had a girlfriend by the name of Diamond, okay? And Diamond helped set Tilly up, lured him to a location where he was shot and killed, okay? Now, Diamond was not at the scene where he was shot and killed. Diamond did not pull the trigger, okay? All she did was send a few messages on the phone, okay? And they put the case against her, and now she's already been convicted 20 plus years. She's in jail right now. She's not getting out for decades, and she wasn't even at the scene where Tilly got killed. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making any threats to you by any means, but this is damning evidence. This is the murder scene, and this is your device present at it. Okay.
You went up to the source and a lot of people put it in there.
Sweetie, you can try to explain this.
Okay. You're 21, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You think I'm older or younger than 21? You know, right? Oh, okay. I've been doing this job, doing homicide as long as you've been alive, okay? Started doing homicide about 24 years ago. It means I've worked a lot of them. This means I've been in this chair, talking to a young person sitting in your chair hundreds of times. What you don't understand is this is the perfect case for a homicide detective. I have your phone. I have your phone everywhere. I have the beef between your boyfriend, his people, and listen, you don't have to play dumb with me at all, okay? And here's the thing, you don't even have to answer anything right this second. I'm just gonna explain something to you, okay? So just soak it up, So your boyfriend and his people are having a beef with Julio and his people, okay? What I have on this video is you stalking Julio, conducting surveillance of him, just keep scouting this.
Your whole life
You know me with the murder stalking.
Okay.
I don't know him.
Now, you're conducting surveillance with your boyfriend going to teasers, which is the already performed. Then we have your car, your phone, everything else in the parking lot of Truth 18. Then we have the car you're in going into the parking lot where Julio Foolio is killed. We also have the black Chevy that was traveling with you. We also have you guys on about a dozen license plate readers in tandem, driving together, following each other from Jacksonville all the way down here and back.
This is the car that the three shooters came out of. And this is the car that you and Zay are on scene video at teasers and see on video at Truth 18. This is high definition footage, okay?
You're there.
You're there.
You're part of the murder of Julio Foolio, whether you want to be or not. Now, here's the thing. I know one thing for sure. I know you're not my trigger person, okay? We know that. Is that a fair statement? You're not a trigger person? Have you ever shot anybody?
You didn't shoot anybody in Tampa when you were there, right?
Did you shoot anybody in Tampa?
No,
Okay, all right. Here's the problem, a bunch of people did, and I think they got you in way too deep. The problem is your phone kills you. The charge on this is first-degree murder. The sentence is going to be life imprisonment. Now, I mean, life means life. It means it becomes your nursing home. It means you never get out. You don't have relationships anymore. You don't have a child. If you have a child in prison, it goes to somebody else, and you don't even get to hold your child. You never get to see your family again unless they come to visit, and it's through glass. It means the moment my partner and I walk out of this room, your life changes absolutely forever, and you can never, ever change it back. All right? Right now, so far, what you've done is lie to us, minimize your involvement in this, and it only makes the case that much stronger against you. The only thing that might help you out is complete truthfulness and honesty from you. And it's telling the whole story, because I'm telling you today, your life forever changes. It's never the same after today. That's happening right now. You're not going to be spending time with your family. You're not going to be doing any of those things. If you think your boyfriend loves you, your boyfriend used you in this. He knew he's smart on these things. Okay, you know he is smart. He had you use on your phone. He had you use your phone. Open. It means we have you everywhere.
That is, I can
forensically.
It doesn't
No,
matter.
no, no. I tell you what you can't do. You can't travel to Tampa and then travel to the only two locations that Julio Foolio was that night, walking around the parking lot. I can tell you something else. You didn't go up and talk to a bouncer, so we know you flies about that. You did not go, because Julio Foolio was in the parking lot when you got there.
What?
I can tell you that's certainly not on video, so you don't get to a bouncer. I know that you love Zay. I know that you love Zay. Sweetie, I know that you love Zay. I know. And I know that this is a very difficult situation. The question you have to ask yourself in this room right now is, are you willing to throw the rest of your life away for Zay? That's what you're facing right now. That's what you're facing right now. The only possible chance that you have to get out of this situation is to be honest. Because at the end of the day, listen, no, you're not being honest. You're not being honest. You're not being honest. At the end of
Just sit here and told me I love
we just showed you a bunch of pictures of people.
Okay.
Don't focus on that. Don't focus on the details.
I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty? Did you open the back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did they get in the Airbnb? Because they did not go in the front door.
What they gotta do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. Did you see me tap anything in? So what they gotta do?
You opened up the front door and you got in.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
No.
How did you get in?
I was seeing it was open.
Nobody else went through the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful. And you can't answer that.
He has to give you the code over there, Renee. It's actually just audio, but you have to get the code to get in. He gave you the code over. It's audio recorded. It's on
I
audio.
don't have the code.
The guy gave you the
Y'all could tell me I
code.
lied about the code. I don't have the code.
It's on audio.
Go back and listen. What code did you didn't say?
I can tell you this. How many women do you know?
Yeah.
How many women do you know that have been in prison?
I don't know.
I mean, do you know any woman that's been in prison? You should know that. I can tell you this, you're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without truthful statement right now is a horrible place.
I gave you a truth statement.
No, you have not.
I have, whether you believe it or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know him.
What do you think? You talked to me a few minutes. Do you think I'm probably good or probably bad? I can tell you this, I'm good at it. Extremely good at it. Detective Ramos is extremely good at it. I can tell you, he and I are partners, and we have never had an unsolved homicide that he and I have worked together ever. Not one time. Okay? What we do for a living, we do it at a highly professional level. I can tell you right now, with the statement you're giving us, you're going to be in prison, and you're never going to come out of it. You're never going to see the outside of prison. That should scare the hell out of you. There's no say in your life after today.
Here's the reality of the situation, okay? And I want you to understand it. We normally don't present discovery I just want you to understand how this works, because you've never been here, okay? We normally never present discovery, meaning the videos and the cell phone data on cases where we're not quite at the point where we can charge them yet, or what we don't think we're gonna get there. The only reason we have shown you what we've shown you is because what's gonna happen. No. The reason we have shown you what we have, and you still don't even have all of it, okay? Because we've got a big case, is because after we leave this room, okay, we are gonna go to the state attorney's office, okay? And we're gonna get an arrest warrant, and at some point charging you with first-degree murder for the murder of Julio Foolio.
That was gonna happen tonight.
It's gonna happen. You're going to be charged with his murder. That's trials. Your mom and dad are gonna talk to you through a window for years. Who knows how long this trial is gonna be. And then you're gonna have to face the possibility that your entire life might be gone over Zay and his beef with 6 Block and Foolio. You know what I'm saying? You have a choice. Let me tell you, when this stuff goes to juries, because it's not my job to judge you. I don't judge you. I know you're a young girl and you in love with Zay, and he put you in a fucking shitty situation. All right, well, he put you in it where you don't love him. I mean, this is kind of a shitty situation to be with somebody you don't even know you really don't love. You know what I'm saying? But he put you in a very shitty situation. He put you in a situation. And if you go to in front of a jury, the jury, what they want to know the most is we made the case. We're gonna be able to prove that you were there, that you participated in this murder. That's done. What the jury's gonna wanna know, why did she do it? And is she sorry? That's all they care about when they decide whether you're doing 25 years or whether you're doing 30 years or whether you're doing 15 years. They wanna know why did she do it and is she sorry? That's what they wanna know. That's what you need to answer in this room. If Zay dragged you into some shit you didn't want to be a part of, you have to tell us that. But the only way that jury and the people who do decide your fate moving forward are going to believe that is if you're 100% honest. I don't need to answer the question of whether you're lying or not. We all in this room know that you're lying. We have evidence, okay? No, you don't focus on one thing, the whole story.
The whole thing.
We know that you were down there with Zay. Okay, to kill Julio. We know that Zay was communicating with the gunman in that Black Impala, and we know that the gunman in that Black Impala were acting on this information that you and Zay were feeding him from the cruise to target Julio, down to the point where the gunman knew exactly what seat he was seated in. You know who sees what seat Julio's seated in? The cruise, the silver cruise you're in when you're driving by it.
Can you start talking now, baby? No, you have not.
Can you not answer?
I'm not answering you. I told you.
Well,
don't miss this opportunity to save your
I'm
life.
telling you what I know. Y'all telling me I'm lying. Therefore, I'm not listening.
all right, let me ask you something. How serious do you think this is right here? Will you answer that question for me? How serious do you think this is right here? I can tell you it's the most serious thing that is ever going to happen in your lifetime. Today is going to be the most serious day you have ever had in your lifetime. I can't even stress that enough. to you how serious today is. You're 21 years old. We want to give you the opportunity to explain this to us. Anyone else? We have more on you than anybody else in that crew that came down here. You know why? Because you're experiencing these things. You left your phone on. Your phone communicated with the cell phone towers, giving your exact location the entire time. All right? Your boyfriend, he is screwed. You just identified himself into 2 videos of him at Truth 18 and at teasers. Listen to me. You just screwed him.
I already said we went out.
Hey, no. I know what you're thinking in your head.
No, I'm saying y'all thought I was by myself.
No, I never thought you were by yourself. I always knew you were with him. We had these videos. We knew that was you. We knew that was Zay in that video.
We know that Zay is communicating with his little brother Impala to kill Julio.
Talking to.
Here's the thing. Before we talked to you, we didn't have him. We do now. He's done. Zay is done based off of you identifying in that video. He's done at this point.
Little brother's done too.
He's done too. You've already put them in this. Okay? Here's the thing. You don't know what you don't know. The problem is right now, at 19 years old or 21 years old, you don't know a ton. You don't know a lot. The problem is you don't understand that those cell phone records
So y'all
seal your deal. I'm not talking about phone calls. I'm talking about it puts you every single place of the murder.
You don't have any explanation for why you were in the car at the scene of the murder.
For food, obviously.
You were looking for food in a hotel parking lot where
We
Julio was
turned around, obviously.
Okay, so you turned around in the parking lot.
The maps take you around, like everything.
You don't find that, you don't think that, like, I know you're not experiencing how court goes, but you know, again, the jury judges, you don't think when they hear the story that you and Zay are in the silver car in the parking lot, feet away from where Julio gets gunned
What
down?
have we got to do with us?
You have to understand how that looks. Just because you are pulling a trigger doesn't
I
mean
know
that.
that, but I'm saying.
You ever heard of an accomplice and serve an accomplice?
Here's the thing, okay. Let me try to, I'm gonna try to break this down super simple, okay? Did you see the black Impala there with you at different places? Okay, so let me explain something else about this black Impala. You and this black Impala come from Jacksonville all the way to Tampa together. You guys pass where the license plate reader is. There's cameras all over the place on the interstate. Tow trucks have them. They record every single license plate that comes by. We catch you in that other car together multiple times on the way from Jacksonville here.
Okay.
It means you would have to hit the lottery to make that happen again. It's impossible for those 2 cars to hit license plate readers hundreds of miles away at the exact same seconds. But your 2 cars did because you followed each other all the way down.
I don't get it.
It's crazy you don't get it. So,
No,
Do you know where the license plate reader is?
let me roll this, okay?
You know where the license plate reader is? Or a camera that takes pictures of license plates,
Yeah,
okay?
but.
The license.
Hey, y'all telling me that.
Here's a camera, okay? You're going down the interstate, right here, and here's a car. Here's a Chevy Cruze, picture taken. You have the license plate. Right behind it is another car, picture taken.
But I mean.
That means
Those 2 cars are together. No, it means those 2 cars are traveling together at the exact same time at multiple places in the state, coming from Jacksonville to Tampa. And you're going to tell me, huh?
I said, pepper chocolate.
Does that make sense to you? The fact, did you see the black Impala?
No.
You never know anything about a black Impala. You don't know anything about a black car. Was anybody staying in your Airbnb that had a black car? You're not sure. Was there anybody staying in your Airbnb other than you, Zay, and Zay's little brother? Was there anybody else staying in that Airbnb?
I don't know.
You weren't in the room all the time. You came out of the room and you went places. Was there anybody in that Airbnb other than you, Zay, and his little brother?
I'm not sure.
Did you go into the front door of the Airbnb and let anybody else in another door of the Airbnb be in the back door? Did you go to the parking lot of Teasers with your boyfriend, Zay, and decide to not go in the club?
Look at that.
Because it's packed? Because it was packed?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me why you were wearing a COVID mask in that parking lot?
I'm sick, I'm pregnant. People drinking, smoking. I'm smelling.
Can you tell me why you don't have a mask on in other places?
I'm not.
You're in a car with a guy you don't even know in the McDonald's drive-thru and you don't have a mask on.
That's not a bunch of people who are smoking. If you go into a club, perimeter.
Your first line was, I don't want to get sick because I'm pregnant.
That's what I said.
Could a guy you don't even know a foot away from you in the McDonald's drive-thru
Okay.
get you sick?
Who?
You were
I
at,
dropped away over here.
before you left Jacksonville, you stopped at Isaiah's little brother's house, okay? And we tracked from his house, all the way from his house, all the way down the highway, past the license plate readers, the Silver Cruise, and the Black Impala, all the way to the Airbnb, all the way to Teasers, and where Julio's performing his first show, all the way to Truth 18, where Julio's going for his after party, all the way to the homicide scene. Look at this. All the way. No, but explain it to me. Explain to me how the Black Impala in your car, all the way from Isaiah's little brother's house, from Jacksonville, all the way to here. You think that's a coincidence? That Isaiah's little brother's car, because that's his car, traveling with your car.
I'm supposed to know who car it is. I don't know.
That's a lot.
Not my people. Is that kin to me?
You were at his house before you came down to
That's
Jacksonville.
not kin to me.
You were at his house before you came down to
That's
Jacksonville.
not kin to me.
Were you at his house before you came down
I
to
just
Jacksonville?
said that's not kin to me.
That's not answering the question. It's a yes or no question. Were you at his house before you came down to
I
Jacksonville?
know who Pastor was.
So you were at a house. Was it Black Impala there?
No. So car and driving.
Did you want to pull something else in?
I pulled the ring and can't remember where I leave it. I wish you could see how important this was. I really do.
I see it.
I don't think you do.
I do.
No, you didn't. No, you don't. If you knew how important this was, you'd have tears coming down your face. You'd be telling everybody everything
I
that
told
happened.
y'all.
You're not. You're not.
I put it to you.
Okay, this is everybody leaving the Airbnb.
That's Isaiah, right? He's talking to the Uber driver, right?
Can you answer, is that with you, your boyfriend? There you are. So tell me,
In your favorite jean jacket, in your favorite jean pants.
answer this honestly. Is that you and Zay walking out of there?
That's me.
Is that Zay in front of you? You don't know? Let's get you a better picture.
Does it make it easier for you?
Who's that? You're not gonna recognize that as Zay right now?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Well, being annoyed is going to be the rest of your life.
You know,
Is that Zay's little brother?
I don't know. Y'all keep asking me the same stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna ask you the same things because they're simple questions.
I'm answering.
No, you're not.
I don't
No,
know
you're
them.
not answering. You're not answering at all.
like, the part that I'm struggling with is how I'm gonna explain to your mother and your father that you want to throw away your life for sake. No, you are. You're looking down the barrel of a first-degree murder charge.
Tell y'all what I know.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yes.
Listen to me. You don't understand what's gonna happen after we walk out of this room. You're not going home.
Mm-hmm.
No. I mean, you're not going home. Do you think you get a bond on a first-degree murder charge? Do you think you get a post bail? You don't get post bail. So this is the process, and this is how it plays out, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So when you get charged with first-degree murder, you have no bond. You go to jail here, and then we transfer you to Tampa. And then you sit in a jail in Tampa between 2 to 4 years. During those 2 to 4 years, you're waiting for trial. Generally, you get assigned a public defender because you probably don't have money for a real attorney, because a real attorney is about $200,000 for a case like this. It's just what it costs. Then you go to trial. And then in trial, we show the video of you at the 2 places, the only 2 places in Tampa that Julio goes to. Then we show you in the car you're in, because we have the car you're in, immediately afterwards, pulling into the scene where he is brutally gunned down by 3 masked men. And then you flee, and you go back to the Airbnb. That is what's shown to the jury. With video evidence, with phone records, with your lack of a statement to us explaining what you're doing in Tampa, no.
So I gave you a statement.
And I'm telling you, no, it doesn't fly. That doesn't get you out.
I don't know what more you
No.
want to do.
And then what happens is the jury comes back and they say guilty. That's what they say. You get life in prison. You go to prison. You live the rest of your life with another woman in a cell the size of this room, with a steel toilet in the corner with no door around it, and a little tiny sink above it. That is your life every single day for the rest of your life. You have a guard telling you when to get up, when to take a shower, when to go outside to a caged yard with giant walls, when to go back to your cell, and when to go to bed. And the next day, they open the bars again, and the guard tells you what to do every part of your day. If you backtalk, you get lit, you get put in solitary confinement. You get food taken away from you. You have no freedom again for the rest of your life. There's none. So whatever you did today, I hope it was fun. I hope it was the most fun you have ever had in your lifetime, because you're going to need those memories to carry you through the rest of your life, because you won't make any more memories after today. So Lisa, does that make sense to you?
Lisa, I'm gonna try to connect with you a bit, okay? I've got 2 daughters. All right? Your parents do not want to see you through glass until the day they die, all right? If this was my girl in this seat, okay, I would beg her, be honest. Tell the truth, get yourself out of this situation, okay? Because at the end of the day, we have to go in front of a jury. We get to tell our story, and then your story is what you're telling me here right now. Who do you think the jury's gonna believe? I went down, I don't know what car I went down in, I don't know really where we went, we didn't really wanna go in here, I only did this. No, your story, listen.
I'm trying to figure
This is your 1 opportunity, sweetie. This is, if you don't care, I get it. If you're the type of person that can participate in a ruthless murder, whether the guy deserved it or not, okay? No, but that's the thing, just because you don't pull the trigger doesn't mean that you didn't participate. Okay. You obviously don't give a shit then.
Did you see Julio Foolio in that parking lot at all?
No.
The car was in line, looking straight at him. Communication was made to the other people. Matter of fact, we had your car following the 3 cars there. Let me tell you how this goes, because this is all on video too. You drive up past the hotel, and you're heading north. You might not know directions, I get it, okay? You're not from Tampa. The 3 cars do a U-turn. You and your boyfriend make a right-hand turn. Then you do a U-turn, and you make a right, you park at the Embassy Suites. Then you wait at the Embassy Suites. Then, at a hotel parking lot, just about 10 seconds away from where the murder happens, okay? Then the black Impala comes out. The Chevy Cruze comes back out to the road, guns it to get to a light turning red, and then turns into the parking lot. That is the car you're in. I don't think you understand how much evidence we have in this case against you.
You're going to get convicted.
Okay, that's me pausing. I'm telling y'all, I just looked at my thing and I just seen like the officer's head and the camera moving and stuff. So I'm like, oh shoot, maybe they got a verdict. Y'all, I don't know what's going on. I'm keeping an eye on it. That's what I will tell y'all. I almost switched over because I thought that we may have a verdict. So like they was at the camera, they typically, they have it on the seal, but then I came back and it was on the back of his neck. I was like, is that a neck or is that a chair? But it turns out it was the back of his neck. They are back still looking at the seal. I don't see anything. I'm checking and keeping an eye on it. So if we get any action, I'm gonna definitely have us up in there. Let's see here. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it right now. So if y'all see me switch immediately or anything like that, that's the reason why. Because if they get a verdict, I am going to switch us immediately. Okay. All right. That's all. I just letting y'all know where I'm at with this. That I'm keeping my eye out on it, and yeah, I almost thought we had a doggone verdict. I started sweating. All right.
Your confusion.
Can I ask you a question? No, can I ask you a question, okay? Let's put all this to the side for a second, all right? I'm telling you, okay, that there is enough evidence here to prove that you participated in this. We're not gonna argue or debate it. We're not gonna ask you how or why, nothing. I'm telling you that there's enough evidence here to prove that you participated with Zay, with his little brother Sean. I already got the other 2 Murphys identified. I know the cars. I know your every move. I've got video of the whole thing. I've got all the cell phones. I've got everything that I need, okay, to prove that you're guilty in with this group, okay? I want to know, okay? Are you prepared? Are you prepared for this? Do you understand the severity? You're going to get convicted. I'm going to prove that you were guilty with this group. That's done. What we're offering you right now is an opportunity. An opportunity, because you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at a young girl who's never been arrested before, who may or may not be about to be a mother, okay? And that story plays well for the jury, who may or may not have been dragged into this gangland bullshit by somebody who obviously led her astray, who she loved, and led her astray. That's what I'm looking at. You have an opportunity to be honest, okay? And put your story, the real story, on the record to the point where that jury might have mercy on you. The people who judge you might have mercy on you. I'm not here to debate whether you're in this or not. You're in this. We've already proven that you're in this. I'm here to give you an opportunity to put your side of the story on the record, to give you a chance. You don't want to live with this, okay? You don't sure as shit don't want to live with this in a box the size of this room for 30 years. Your hair getting done, your nails getting done, going out to the club, being with your friends, Thanksgiving dinner with your parents, all that shit is gone. This is it. Wall for 30 years. I'm not here to argue with you on whether you're in this. You and I both know you're in this. I gotta ask, are you gonna take the opportunity to give yourself a chance to be honest?
So you saying what I said was lying?
Yes. Yes. I'm calling you a liar. Yes.
Then tell us the
I don't
truth.
want to sound nonchalant, but it's not a lie.
Okay, then tell us the truth. Because you didn't tell us the whole truth, did you?
I did.
No, you did
I
not.
want to know the place. I said the place.
I'm telling you right now, your life is going to forever change and you're never going to be able to get it back. I mean, never. Your parents love you. They were crying when you were brought here. Do they love you?
Oh, you asking?
Yes, I'm asking you. Okay. Do your parents have a lot of money?
No.
Okay, I can tell you what this is going to do to them. It's going to bankrupt them. This is going to bankrupt your parents. Anything your parents have tried to save is going to be gone. Do they own a house or rent a house you live in? Do you know that? Okay, they're going to have to remortgage it for you. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to remortgage it for every cent they can get out of that house. They're going to spend every cent they have trying to save you. And it's all going to be in vain because it's not going to save you. But they're going to spend every cent they have anyways. You're going to ruin your parents' lives. They will never recover from this at their age with the financial burden that you're going to cause them tonight. The only thing that has a prayer of helping you out is to tell the entire truth.
Let me show you who you're gonna ruin your parents for. Look, take a look at the photos. Take a look at the photos. Let me show you who you're choosing over your parents in your life. Only one person out of this group even remotely stands a chance to get away from this at all, in any shape, with some kind of, mercy, any hope. There's only one person. These guys, they're all fucked. We know about their history. We know about what Zay's been doing. We know about what his little brother's been doing. We sure as shit know what these gentlemen have been doing. These are the people who you're getting ready to ruin your parents over and throw away your life for. That's really how you ride? These are people that you want to ruin your parents for and throw away your life for? I know, no, that's a lie. No, I know you know that, okay? I know that you know these two for sure, and I know that you saw these two at the Airbnb. I know it. I can prove it. Whether you want to lie to me about it or not, that's on you.
No, I did.
These are the guys that you're willing to ruin your family for?
That's what's happening.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. You're doing it. These are the guys that you're willing to ruin your family for.
Your mom was very nice to those deputies that were out there at her house earlier, those officers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She's a good lady. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Breaking her heart won't even begin to describe what you're going to do to your mom tonight. It won't even describe it.
Mm-hmm.
Parents are never the same after this. They're never the same. Their life is ruined. It's generally easier if the child passes away than what they're gonna go through on this because of your decisions. They're gonna know you're there. They're gonna know they can't see you. They're gonna know they can't touch you. They're gonna know they can't spend a holiday with you ever again. People in the family are going to pass away. And they're gonna wish you could be there to mourn with them or go to a funeral. And they don't let you out for the funeral probably, ever. Your parents will pass away. You won't go to their funerals either, just so you know that. Your parents will not live as long as they were normally going to live either because of grief. Grief has a terrible effect on people. What I can't understand is how you're being that selfish. No, you absolutely are. Because the truth, what really happened down there, you telling us that, that's free. That doesn't cost you a cent. This is going to cost your parents everything. Absolutely everything on this. They don't make it back from this.
See, the only reason that we're telling you all this is because we know that you don't have experience with the legal system, okay? And you have no idea. You have no idea how this works, so that's why, no, sweetie, listen, just listen, please, I'm begging you to listen to me, okay? You have no idea how this process works. That's the only reason we've been laying it out, because these are the realities of how this process works, okay? And I personally feel like you are a bad person. You have never shot somebody. You have never stood over somebody and executed somebody. You have never pulled the trigger on a gun to kill somebody. So I think that there's still a chance to save you. Some of these other guys, there's no chance. There's no chance. They're gone. They're past that point. But I still think that there's something in you worth saving. The question is, do you want to save yourself?
Well, I was gonna say, like, everything I say, y'all say I'm lying, so.
That's because you are.
I'm not. If I'm telling y'all I'm on the sideline,
Hey. You're saying you're on the sidelines, okay? That's fine. The sidelines hear things. The sidelines see things, okay? So let me ask you what you went and tell us what you saw. So when you and Zay were in the parking lot, and he's using your phone, we already agreed on that, correct? And then open it up in your face, it looked like, to me. And password, okay. And he's holding the phone talking like that. What words are coming out of his mouth? What does he say? You're right beside him, shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, but I'm looking at.
No, you're not. No. You have every excuse to not tell the truth. You're using every excuse to not tell the truth. So tell us what he said.
I don't know what he said.
You're lying about the Airbnb.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You were the only one.
You're trying to protect Zay.
You're trying to get it.
I get it that you're trying to protect Zay.
What's the side of your neck? What's the side of your neck say?
Everything I say.
What's the side of your neck say?
What, this?
Yeah.
Princess.
Princess. Okay.
Listen, if you're truly on the sideline and that's what you want the people who are going to judge you to believe, okay? They know, they're not dumb. They know that the sideline hears the conversations, the sideline sees what is in front of their eyes. We know because the video shows that you are standing shoulder to shoulder with Zay while he's talking on your phone, okay? So, no, we know because you're shoulder to shoulder with him while he's talking on the phone, we know that you heard what he said. They're not going to believe that you didn't hear it, okay? We know that you're riding around in that car with him, shoulder to shoulder with only the center console in between you while he's communicating with little brother and the shooters, okay? And they're going to want to know, huh? But you heard what he was saying?
No, I didn't.
You're going to protect Zay?
Surroundings.
You're going to protect Zay?
And I don't know why y'all think that's allowed. You have to watch what you're doing.
So you talking to two grown men who've been in this for too long. Like, how, does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody, and you talking on the phone the whole time, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear one word he said. That makes sense to you? How does that make sense?
About food, obviously, but I don't know.
I'm here, here I am, I'm right here, come on, here's the second house, boom. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No, turn around one more time, hey, park real quick. Oh, he's in the passenger seat, aim for the passenger seat. Are you hearing that? Are you hearing me see that?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't hear me see that?
No, comments on that.
It's a game to you. No, it is. It's a game to you, and it's sad, man. It's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you get to walk away from.
The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
I'm saying I heard what.
The entire stalking, following, and assassination of Julio Foolio.
Stalking and all that.
Following, tracking, doing surveillance. So by chance, you show up at the only two places Julio Foolio goes to in Tampa. The only two?
There are places everybody goes.
No, there's not.
We're from Tampa, that is not the place.
First off, teasers is.
You don't go where you.
Hey, let me tell you what teasers is. Probably the shittiest little strip club in Tampa. Okay? That's not where everybody goes. Like literally nobody goes there. Then you went to Truth 18.
I don't know what day it is.
Nobody goes. It was a private party that night. And nobody goes there. It's the only two places Julio Foolio was at. He didn't go anyplace else. And then he goes to the hotel, and you and your crew go in, and you literally. No. Let's not place the jury. You and your crew goes there.
All four of them.
Your crews, the Impala, and you light that vehicle up.
And you want the jury to believe that you were only in the parking lot where Julio died because you were lost and you had to turn around. That has to do with you facing a murder one charge. 30 to life in prison. That's what that has to do. What do you mean, what does that have to do? You're in the parking lot in the car with Zay.
So I can't be in the parking lot.
That's correct.
You can't be in the parking lot with Julio, you gotta get gunned down.
What they gotta do to us though?
Okay.
It's a game there.
Yeah, it's a game.
It's not a game.
That's, oh boy. So
You're too blind. No. You're way too blind to see that this shit is real. And this shit is real, and you only have one way out of this. You have the only card to play out of anybody, because we're not. You think, because you know what might end up happening, right? When we bring you all in, right? One of the other guys might try to take a deal, right? And he might try to be the first to go to the state and say, "I'll give you everything for mercy. I'll give you everything for mercy." That's what one of them might do, okay? But right now, the way it stands, you have the only card to play by being honest with you. If you're truly on the sideline,
Like I said,
then be honest.
I was
You're not being honest.
y'all asked me the same question like 10 times.
Because we know you're lying. You know you're lying, I know you're
I'm
lying.
not
You know,
lying.
let's stop debating that. I don't even want to debate that anymore because the evidence proves it. The evidence proves you're lying.
I'm not saying. But that's why I don't keep saying.
well, we're only saying it because it's the truth. We're only saying it because we would like for you to find a better way in all of this and tell the truth.
I told you.
Well, I can tell you this.
You keep talking about.
You're going to end up being charged with first-degree murder.
That's gonna happen.
Your life is going to be done. There is going to be nothing else for you ever again. Now, here's the saddest thing about this. The majority of all the evidence right now is against you. It's because of your phone. You've identified yourself on video in that parking lot.
My business is not rocket science.
Obviously, we knew it's you, but now you're not.
But here's the problem. But you're in that parking lot.
Enjoying my time like everybody else.
Sweetie, you know what the irony in this is kind of like crazy to me. You're gonna be the first one. You're gonna be the first one The rest will fall, they're falling. Isaiah's day's coming, the SWAT team's gonna hit his house, you know what I'm saying, with his murder warrant for Julio too, that's coming, okay? But guess who gets the honor of being the very first one? Because of her phone, because of the video, guess who gets the honor of being the very first one to be officially charged and arrested and booked for the murder of Julio Foolio? You. You go down first. That's some fucked up shit, man. They put you in this situation and you going down before them. Shit, we might even get to the point where we go to trial and some of them beat their charges. You won't. You won't. You won't. Ain't that some fucked up shit? If 2 or 3 of those guys end up getting off on this murder, and you gotta do life for it. Fucking Rashad having a good old time on the fucking block, drinking and smoking and having the time of his life. Okay, that's all right. You don't have to do that. No, you choose it.
Who's that? You gotta say a different name.
Ghost 187. You follow him on Instagram? Mm-hmm. Runs with 1200. Friends with Zay and ATK.
You know we have your list.
We have all of it. Dude, we got your Instagram, we got your fucking iCloud, we got all of it. I'm a week away from reading every single text message you sent on your phone the entire time. All of it. This case is only, and right now we're at the point, but this case is only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger against you. I'm going to read every message you sent. I'm going to see every photo and video that's on your device. I'm going to know all of your Instagram posts, all of it. Like if you're no, listen to me. I'm going to get to present all of that to the jury. And you know what the jury is going to hear from your side? It's happening right now. This is it. This is your moment. The only thing that the jury is going to get to hear from you is the story you're putting down here right now.
Let me break it down for you one more time, just to see if it helps. So you send Rashad's girlfriend an Instagram message that you need to. You should use that, sure.
You make arrangements to try to book the Airbnb in town.
Who was his girlfriend? I didn't text his girlfriend.
No, you had Instagram message, sure.
No, I did not.
An Instagram message came from your account.
So how do you know you didn't message his girlfriend if you don't know Rashad? How do you know who Rashad's girlfriend is?
No girlfriend.
We just take my.
Okay.
I know, but
Girlfriend, that's what I'm saying.
I'm just gonna throw a couple facts out here for you, okay? You sent an Instagram message to a woman who is the girlfriend of Rashad. Whether you know Rashad or not, doesn't matter. You sent.
Actually, doesn't even matter who is girlfriend or not. It doesn't matter who.
No.
You sent a message.
Airbnb.
You sent a message. You asking for an Airbnb to book in Tampa. And Airbnb, listen to me. I don't care. It doesn't mean it's regardless. You're missing the point. You sent a message, okay, asking for an Airbnb to book for us. Those are the specific ones. We need you to book us. Us, right? So you and multiple people, right? And then when the Airbnb gets booked, we find out. That's fine. I'm tired of showing this girl because that's fine. You made arrangement for an Airbnb to be booked for us, right? And then at that Airbnb, we have the gentleman who was driving the Impala, Isaiah. We have Isaiah's little brother. You know, you let the gang in through the back door. You don't see how helping arrange an Airbnb, opening the back door for them, allowing Isaiah to use your phone. You know what I'm saying? Putting on a COVID mask while you're at all the locations that Julio's at. You know what I'm saying? You were within line of sight. The video proves it. Julio's car is parked in front of teachers, and you're within line of sight. You and Isaiah.
You can take her handcuffs off her because. Okay.
90.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Let's bring the jury.
Yes, Judge. All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to proceed. Defense, call your next witness.
This time the defense calls Alicia Andrews to the stand.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I need you to raise your right hand to be sworn.
I swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Miss Andrews, can you please turn to the jury and introduce yourself by name?
My name is Alicia Andrews.
All right, Miss Andrews, you're charged with 2 counts. One is first-degree murder, and the other is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Did you know that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd of 2024?
No, I did not.
Did you have any involvement in Charles Jones's murder?
No, I did not.
Did anyone tell you anything about a plot to kill Charles Jones when you went to Tampa?
No, they didn't.
I want to take a step back. How old are you, Miss Andrews?
22,
And at the time of this incident, how old were you?
21.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Which high schools did you go to?
I went to Rains High School and Andrew Jackson.
How long did you go to Rains High School for?
I think it was like a year, I believe.
It was a year. Do you know what year that was?
I think maybe 2017, 2018,
All right.
one of those.
And where, on what side of town is Rains?
I think that's considered the north.
That's the north side?
I think so.
All right. And did you live on the north side of that town?
I'm like on the north/east.
Okay. And why were you going to Rains?
My sister was going there, so I wanted to go to a school where I knew somebody.
When you were at Rains High School, did you hear of a shooting that happened at Rains High School?
Yes,
All right. Was this shooting big news at the high school?
yes.
Why?
I mean, everybody talked and it was at a football game, so police came, it was all over the media.
And was it made known to you who was involved in the shooting?
Yes.
All right. Who do you know was involved in the shooting?
I just would always hear the name Robert Howard, but I didn't really know him.
You didn't know him personally?
No, I would see him though, but I didn't know him.
Where would you see him at?
He would be at the football games or like the Christmas tournaments, and they would have like these track meets that everybody go to called Bob Hayes.
Okay. Did you leave Rains High School to go to another school?
Yes.
Why did you leave that school?
I mean, it just really wasn't for me, and my sister had already graduated by that time, so.
All right. Where did you end up going?
Andrew Jackson High School.
And where's that school?
I don't know what side of town it's supposed to be, north, I guess.
When you left Rains High School, did you have any friends still at Rains High School?
Yes,
Did you still communicate with those friends from Rains?
yes,
Did you also have friends that went to the new school?
yeah.
And do you maintain any friendships from either of those schools today?
Yes.
When did you meet Isaiah Chance?
It was like towards the end of 2021.
Towards the end of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, tell me this. Were you in high school when you met him?
Yes.
And when did you graduate high school?
May 2021. I don't remember the date though. But It was
Okay.
May.
All right. So when did you start to date Isaiah Chance?
I would consider that like in the summertime.
Summer of after you graduated?
Yes.
All right. Did you know him before? Did you know him before you started to date him?
I knew of him.
All right. What did you know of him?
He had a sister that I was close with not close with, but like cool with at Rains High School.
Okay. And when you started dating in May or after May of 2021, how long did that relationship last for?
It wasn't very long. We were on and off.
Did you ever live with Isaiah Chance?
No,
Where did you live?
I stayed with my parents.
All right. And did Isaiah Chance ever come over to your parents' home?
He never been inside, but he's picked me up.
All right. Did you at any point in time ever stay the night at Isaiah Chance's home?
Yes,
Who did he live with?
his mom and family members, like sisters.
How long would you stay, just generally, how long would you stay at Isaiah Chance's house?
Sometimes it would be a week or two or days. It depends like what I'm doing.
All right. Did you have a job?
It depends what year. I did have a job.
Well, what jobs did you have?
I worked at Amazon. I was a substitute teacher. I had a lot of jobs. Ulta Beauty, worked at Victoria's Secret. What else? I think that was all of them.
All right. When you were growing up at Rains or any the Andrew Jackson High School, did you see any of the gang activity or the gang back and forth while you were in high school?
I saw it online.
All right. What types of things did you see online?
They would go on Instagram and go live, and everybody would be sending it to everybody like, "Are y'all watching?" Like, we're young, we don't have nothing to do, so we'd be kind of tuned in just watching.
All right. And when you say they are going live, who is they?
The victim in this case, he would go live, and I guess the other people that didn't like him.
All right. And who are the other people that didn't like him at that time?
The individual that goes by Young and Ace.
Okay. So they would go back and forth on social media?
Yeah, along with other people.
Was this popular conversation in school?
Yes.
And would people send these lives and these different things to each other?
Yes.
Would people text about these things?
Yes.
And would people talk about these things?
Yes.
Would they talk about it at school, like at lunch?
Yes.
Would they talk about it during practice and for sports?
Yes.
Would they talk about it at football games?
Yeah.
All right. This was common knowledge to everyone in the schools?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, again, we were young, so everything that's going on in the media, everybody just talked about it.
Did you have any personal connection to Robert Howard?
No.
What about to Spaz?
No.
All right. Did you know Spaz?
No, I heard of him.
All right. And when I say Spaz, I'm referring to Gerard Adams.
Yeah, I don't know him. I heard of him.
Okay. Did you have any personal connection to this individual, Bibby?
No.
All right. Did you know of him?
Yes.
And how did you know of these individuals? Spaz, Bibby, how did you know of these people?
When one individual died, some people would post it, so I would see it.
Okay. When you started to date Isaiah Chance, how was your relationship with him?
In the beginning, it was good, I would say. And then he changed over time. I mean, once we got comfortable with each other.
What did he change? What had changed about him?
he started to be a little more controlling. Like as I got older and I would want to go out, he didn't like that.
In what ways was he controlling?
Like he would tell me what to post, what not to post, or if he didn't want me to take something down, or don't wear this, don't wear that, like little stuff like that.
And when he was having these controlling ways, would you listen to him?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, I didn't know no better at the time.
Other than just having controlling ways, did Isaiah Chance ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
How many times?
I wouldn't say I was counting, but it's been a few times.
Do you remember the first time that it happened?
Yes.
When was the first time that it happened?
Back in like 2021 at his house.
What happened in that situation?
We were arguing over the phone. Like he wanted my phone and I wouldn't give it to him. And that was the first time he ever like snatched it and he ended up hitting me.
Hit you how?
With a closed fist. And I was kind of like just blocking myself and saying stop.
All right. Were you standing up? Were you on the ground?
I was on the bed, the edge of the bed.
And how did it stop?
His mom came in. He was telling him like to back up off me. And he was like, no, she good. And he closed the door.
All right. That was the first time?
Yes.
Did you have any bruises?
Yes.
What happened? Did you go home when you had the bruises?
No, he wouldn't let me go home.
Who would not let you go home?
Isaiah.
Why would he not let you go home?
I think it was because he didn't want my parents to see it. And he probably thought they would make a big deal, which they would,
So were you, I guess, hiding the bruise that you had?
At the time, yes.
Did you eventually go home?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened?
Yes, my friend.
Who?
Jewel.
All right. Was there any other times that you can remember Isaiah Chance putting his hands on you?
It was a few more times after that. I don't remember the specific date, but I know it was around my birthday in 2024. And then it was another time in 2022. It was a few times.
All right. Did he ever, outside of your house and in the car, did he ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that situation?
Well, the one in the car was before we went to Tampa. It was a couple of days before that. Somebody called me and I ended up telling him it was someone that he didn't want me to talk to, like one of my guy friends. And he assumed the guy liked me, so he got mad. And he came to my house, insisted that I come outside. So, I go outside, I look in the car, I'm like, what? He said, get in the car. I said, for what? And then he gave me a look, so I got in the car.
When you got in the car, what happened?
He drove me to like a park, and then he stopped and he was like, let me see your phone. And I said, no. But he ended up grabbing it. He was telling me to unlock it, and I wouldn't unlock it. And that's when he repeatedly hit me to unlock the phone.
How did he hit you?
I'm like on the side of my face. So I'm like, if I'm in the passenger seat, somebody hits you from the side, you're hitting the side of the seatbelt thing. It was like on the side. I don't know what they call that.
Where the seatbelt comes out of?
Yeah, like
where it retracts?
Yeah, my head was hitting on that.
All right. And how long did that last for?
I believe we were sitting there for like 20 minutes because I get frustrated and I just start kicking and hitting back, and then he told me to stop.
All right. After that, did you go back home?
Later on that day I did. Well, once we sit there for a minute, he ended up talking to me, apologizes, then we go out to eat.
All right. Was that his way of making up to you?
Yes.
All right. Did that happen more times than one?
Yes.
I'm going to show you something I want you to recognize it. Do you recognize what you see?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's me sending my friend a picture of my.
Well, just tell me how you recognize it. Don't tell me what it is.
Well, I see my face.
All right. And did you take these photographs?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph you took?
Yes.
At this time, defense would move. What's Defense Exhibit 7 into evidence?
Any objection? No objection, Judge. Admitted.
I apologize, Judge. The computer is frozen. All right. Miss Andrews, what is this photograph of?
My face.
And why? What is on your face?
That's when he bruised my eye.
Who is he?
Isaiah.
Do you remember when this was? Time frame?
I don't remember the exact date, but I recall sending her a picture though.
Who is her?
I think that's Jewel.
All right. Now, why did you send this picture?
Because I was already telling her about the other incidents. So when I sent it to her, I'm like I'm fed up, kind of like just telling her like, what do I do?
All right. All right. What is this photograph?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Exhibit
Same exhibit.
for the record, correct?
Yes, same
Are they
exhibit.
marked, are they different photos within one exhibit?
It's a composite exhibit,
So
yes.
do you have them identified for the record?
It'll be exhibit 7. It'll be A through D.
So what is this? You showed her A initially?
Well, the first one was D.
And what is this one?
This is going to be B.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
What is this a photo of?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Is this a separate incident or the same?
It's the same day.
All right. And why did you take another picture?
I was just showing her closely.
Showing 7A. What is this a photograph of?
One of my phones.
All right. What is the phone showing? What are you doing in this photograph?
Showing her that the screen is cracked.
Who is her?
I believe I sent it to Joel.
And how did the screen get cracked?
He broke it.
How?
I think he threw it to the ground.
All right.
I don't remember exactly how he threw it, but
And while that exhibit is still up, how often or how many times did Isaiah Chance break your phone?
from 2021 to 2024, maybe 4 times.
Was it always the same way?
No.
What other ways did he break your phones?
I think one time he threw it to the wall, like repeatedly threw it to the wall over and over so that it wouldn't turn back on. And then the very last time he bent it some kind of way. So like this, I don't know what they call it on the iPhone. It had like a dent in it. I don't know how he broke it though, like what kind of way he broke it.
All right. And when he would break these phones, who would get them fixed?
My parents, or if I had a job, I'll get it fixed. Isaiah only ever paid for one to get fixed.
What is this a photograph of?
Showing her my eye.
Who is her?
Jewel.
And again, is this a new part
Yes,
of the composite?
this is 7, exhibit 7, and this is going to be C.
Okay, thank you.
So this goes to that.
Your Honor, I'd object. May we approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. All right, Ms. Andrews, I'm going to show you something. I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
All right. What is it? Without telling me what it says.
A message from Isaiah.
And are these messages that you see here, are they accurate representations of the messages that you received from Isaiah?
Yes.
How do you recognize these messages?
They're messages that he sent me, I think on iMessage.
At this time, the defense will move Exhibit 8 into evidence.
State, you renew your objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, same ruling. Overruled, you can admit it.
All right. Do you recognize this email address here at the top?
Yes.
All right. And whose email address is that?
Isaiah.
And do you see where it says message sender?
Yes.
Do you see the body of the message here?
Yes.
What does it say?
He said, stop fucking posting yourself, goddamn.
All right. Do you remember this message?
Yes.
This message went to who?
Me.
Do you see this second message here?
Yes.
What does the message say?
He said, the fuck you keep advertising yourself for?
All right. And this is from Isaiah Chance to you?
Yes.
What was he talking about when he says you keep advertising yourself?
I don't remember what picture I posted, but I posted a picture on Instagram that he didn't like.
Now, this third message, what does it say?
I said, I'm not advertising myself.
Can you read the fourth message?
It said, just say deleted.
That message comes from, if you sent that or did he send that to you?
It say his name at the top, so I think he sent it.
The fifth message here?
He said deleted.
When he says delete it, what is he talking about?
He told me to take the picture down.
And what did he respond and say?
Okay.
Why did you take the photograph down?
I didn't really have a reason. I don't like to cause conflict between us, so I just took it down.
And that was in October of 2023?
Yes.
Yes?
Typically happens. When you said earlier that you just didn't want to have any disagreements between you and Isaiah Chance, if you do get him upset, what typically happens?
He'll probably end up hitting me or fighting me or something. It depends if I'm around him.
It depends what?
If I'm around him at the time.
All right. Was Isaiah Chance a jealous person?
Yes.
And did he get angry when he was jealous?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you stayed with him throughout the abuse and throughout him being angry and jealous with you of you?
It was kind of like he was manipulating me. Like I did want to leave, but I didn't want to leave. And I mean, you really wouldn't understand unless you're in the situation. It's not that easy to leave all the time. And then I'm young, and he'll tell me, you know, nobody wants you, nobody gonna want you, and like he'll make statements like that, and I'll kind of just like, okay, so I settled.
During the interrogation, you make a statement about you being pregnant before. Do you remember that statement?
Yes,
Have you been pregnant before your most recent pregnancy?
yes.
All right. And what happened during that pregnancy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevancy.
Sustain the objection.
Do I answer it?
No, hold on.
I sustain the objection. It means you cannot answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. I want to talk about this trip. Well, let me first talk about the Airbnb. At a certain point in time, did you send an Instagram message to someone inquiring about an Airbnb?
Yes,
That Instagram message was sent from your phone?
yes,
Isaiah Chance was not using your phone at that time.
no.
Why did you send that message?
He called me and said, can you text the girl that do the B&Bs? Let me know what she got available.
All right. Did you know why you were asking for the Airbnb at that point in time?
No,
When you asked the individual for the Airbnb, for the inquiry about the Airbnb, did they respond to you?
yes.
Did they respond immediately?
I think the first message was fast, but the last message, she took a minute.
All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb through this individual?
No,
Was this individual that you sent the message to, was that Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
no,
All right. Did that person that you sent that message to, do you know if she even knew Rashad Murphy?
no, but I knew her, so I knew she had he told me something, he was like, how do you know?
I'm not sure if it's a verdict. I heard some people saying it's a verdict. I don't see yet them change it to verdict. Just so y'all know. But I'm looking. Usually, I heard the verdict clock stopped. But that could mean many and plenty of things. That could mean that they want to go home. That could mean that they got a question. Judge said they are guilty. I don't know what nobody talking about. Well, I know they're not going home. They could go home, but they going to a hotel. I don't know yet. We gotta see if we get some information. Let me see. We got the clock stopped at 7 hours and 34 minutes. Let me see if I can find out. Let me go to X real quick. Hmm. 7 hours, 34 minutes. Verdict watch. It does not say that we have a verdict yet. Yeah, they haven't updated anything on Court TV either. So oh, they got a verdict. It's a verdict. Here we go. Yep, verdict. Y'all hold hands. Yep, y'all got a verdict. They changed it now. I see it. 7 hours and 34 minutes. That means they all guilty. Okay, you have a verdict. Yep, we got a verdict. Good, 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 good. Hey Joey, you just in time. We got us a verdict. I guess they getting everybody in there. You say about time. Boy, oh boy. I wonder who gonna have an outburst. I can see somebody on here having an outburst. Let me see here. I guess the best way for me to do this, say guilty, 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 guilty.
Defendants are present, defense
Really?
counsel is present, the state's
That's
present.
different.
And it's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I know that we have some audience members here, and I just want to remind everyone that regardless of what the verdict is, there are not to be any emotional outbursts. If you feel that you cannot contain yourself, then I would ask that you please remain outside. If you cannot contain your emotions, then you will be escorted from the courtroom and you will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Okay? So, all right, very good. Let's bring in our jury.
I'm trying to figure out who all them people.
All rise. All jurors are in there.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, it is my understanding that the jury has reached their verdict. Is that correct? Okay, I would ask the foreperson of the jury to please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Okay, Madam Clerk, please publish the verdicts and do not read the name of the foreperson, okay? For the record, it's juror 157, initials CS. All right.
State of Florida versus Isaiah Jermaine Chance, case number 24 CF 11996A, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. Did the state of Florida prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May, for person of the jury, jury number 157 CS. State of Florida versus Sean Andre Gathright, case number 24 CF 11996C, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, the defendant actually possessed a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 6. The defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. So say we all dated this 8th day of May, 2026, jury number 157 CS, foreperson of the jury. State of Florida versus Rashad Trayvon Murphy, case number 24 CF 11996D, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2. Victim Charles Jones, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3. Victim Xavier Edwards, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4. Victim Gino Norris, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5. Victim Camilla Benton, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. In the state of Florida versus Davion Vershad Murphy, case number 24 CF 11996E, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1. Victim Charles Jones, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. If during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2. Victim Charles Jones, the defendant of conspiracy to commit murder, first degree, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3. Victim Xavier Edwards, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. And during the commission of an offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all dated this 8th day of May, 2026. Jury number 157, CS for person of the jury.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you all the same question. I'm going to ask you if this was your true and correct verdict, okay? So I'm going to call you by your juror number and your initials. All right, juror number 9, initials DM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 16, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 19, initials LY. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 24, initials WW. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 32, initials CRP. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 47, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 49, initials CG. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 78, initials AC. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 142, initials TL. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 157, initials CS. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 158, initials JH. Is this your true and correct verdict? And juror number 167, initials JE. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
All right, very good. So as the jury has found the defendant's guilty of first-degree murder, this means we will proceed to the penalty phase. We're going to start that Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all right? So you all have not yet been discharged from your service as a juror. So therefore, you are not to discuss anything with anyone about this case. You're not to do any independent research. You're not to read, listen to, watch any news accounts related to this case. And then we will be done by Friday, next Friday, May 15th. So from what I've been told from the attorneys as far as a proposed schedule, the case will get to you either Thursday or possibly Friday morning, Thursday afternoon or Friday morning for the penalty phase. Okay, very good. Thank you. We are concluded for today.
All rise.
Wow. I'm surprised. I'm telling y'all, Sean, it is like the breath, the I don't know if the spirit got into him or what, but I already lost his
So I
breath.
just was looking through the aggravators, and I just want to make sure. As to Davion Murphy, it would be the contemporaneous felony, correct? and then great risk of death to many persons, CCP, and criminal gang member, correct? All right, and then those 4 would also apply to Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, correct? No.
No, not the knowing great risk or the contemporaneous.
Okay, so I'm looking at Rashad, it would be the contemporaneous conviction or previously convicted, great risk of death to persons, cold calculated premeditated, and criminal gang member. Isaiah Chance is committed cold calculated premeditated and criminal gang member, and Sean Gathright is a contemporaneous capital felony, great risk of death to many persons, and cold calculated and premeditated, right? Okay. I also noted that the state had sought an enhancement as to Davion Murphy for prison release reoffender, correct?
Judge, we did, but we did not file that indictment, which I think is now required.
Okay, so that's not going to be part of the next. Okay. All right, so 1 o'clock on Monday, we will reconvene. And state will obviously go first, and then I believe, Mr. Hernandez, did you say you had a witness that had to testify Monday?
No, I think that's this week.
Oh,
But I do
okay.
have a question.
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I found out this afternoon that my client's fiance, who was one of the witness listed, got arrested for violation of probation and is at the Duval County Jail. So I'm trying to, my mitigation specialist has been trying since about 3:30 to see if we can set up a Zoom.
Okay.
Would be the best situation, but I
That's
don't
fine.
have an answer at this point. That's a concern. And then my doctor would like to be able to testify Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so then Ms. Finkelstein, you've got a doctor that needs to testify Monday, correct?
Not a doctor, it's a corrections
Okay.
FBI expert who needs to testify Monday, so I'm happy to go first.
Okay, that's
And
fine.
the state, we did talk, they agreed to 3 of our witnesses, we were able to depose, do 3 depots over the break.
Okay.
While we were waiting, and they have agreed to allow the 3 people that we had kind of later notice for Zoom.
Okay.
So I guess I'll reach out to your assistant for a Zoom link.
Well, no, we'll just do the Zoom here,
Okay.
and then we'll have to depend on Deputy Martinez to get it all set up, but that's fine. So the bottom line is you'll be ready to go Monday with your witnesses.
Yes.
Okay, and then who's going to follow after Ms. Finkelstein? Mr. Petrides?
I also have a doctor that needs to go by Wednesday.
That's fine. So then I assume Monday, at least through Monday, we should get through Mr. Gathrights' witnesses, and then we'll begin Tuesday morning with your witnesses, and then next up will be.
I'm fine with following, but I might ask if I'm having an issue with the Zoom matter to be able to call that witness on Wednesday.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, very good. See you all Monday morning at 1 o'clock. Not Monday morning, Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Wow. And I mean, just wow. I don't know about the fiance that's in jail that need to testify at the DP hearing. Like, I don't know. Maybe she shouldn't, because that don't look good. We gonna vote. We gonna what? I don't know. We can't take her word for nothing. If she arrested and she in little Duval County. What a waste. I'm telling you, Sean, it seemed like his like I can see like the breath, like he was the only person that I can really like see had a reaction like so stupid. So stupid. I just must say, just so stupid. I can't believe. Yeah, I was trying to see if maybe Yeah, they want to talk to the attorneys now for real, huh? And one guy, his attorney was like, he's about to go to sleep. Like, I'm tired. What time is it? It's 6:30 down there. Yeah, he said, shit, I'm tired. We were doing this case all day. Judge, like, let me out of here. And I guess they couldn't really have no reaction because all these jurors that were there, they gonna be the ones that still determining whether or not these people live or die. Yeah, Joey, just a waste. I mean, a complete waste. He like, look here, dude. Like, I did the best I could. You should have flipped on it. You should have stitched. You should have said they handcuffed you and your girlfriend and told y'all was coming down here for a trip. And they got down here and they did something. But no. You wanted to be with the crew. You didn't want to snitch. You didn't want to flip. So here we are. Because if I was Isaiah, I would have been like, look, oh my gosh, he taking it hard. Oh goodness, somebody get that. Oh God. Oh my boy. I know all my boy Sean out of here. Look at he can't take it. They better come help him. Come help him, y'all. Oh gosh, y'all know he was the one climbing the walls in the jail cell. Holy moly. He can't take it. Put the camera back on him. My boy can't take it. He ain't gonna make it. He ain't gonna make it the first night of jail. It's done. He gonna be in there a hot mess. Oh goodness, look at him. Oh my goodness, my boy, he ain't gonna make it. They better put him on the watch tonight. Oh gosh, they better put. Oh, he crying. Oh my goodness, that's what doing that silly stuff. Now he over here crying. He ain't gonna make it. He ain't gonna make it trying to hang with these old boys. Trying to be down. You gotta put on the big boy draws. Oh, I tell you, playing with fire. I told y'all he was the only one that I really seen like the breath come out, like you can hear it come out of his lungs. Like I was like, oh my god, he ain't gonna do well. And I thought that the what was it, Davion Murphy? I thought that he was gonna start laughing because he looked like it was funny to him. He can't get no down Julio back there. They better watch him. Thank you so much, Drunky, for the gifted membership. Yeah, that. Yeah. Oh, he over there crying. Oh man. I didn't see and maybe the cameras pan too fast. I didn't see Sandrika in the thing. I'm gonna check her Facebook real quick because I'm surprised she's not in the courtroom. She came every day for that's Julio's mom, if y'all don't know who I'm talking about. She came every day for Alicia Andrews' trial. She was there. I don't know why she didn't. I didn't see her not one day for this trial. But I'm pretty sure maybe I don't know. I didn't see her not one day. Wow. And okay, and so for those that didn't know, I was telling everybody we do got a hearing for Alicia Andrews Monday. I wonder, is that why they doing this one in the afternoon? Because Alicia Andrews, maybe her hearing is in Monday, but her hearing is not with Judge Cisco. Her hearing is with her new judge. Let me see what Sandra got in here. Oh, okay. I see she put verdict is in at 6. Hold on. Patiently waiting. She must not. I don't know. Maybe she's not here. She may not be there. I know I see she posted though. I don't know what to say. Ain't nothing for me to say. You say they have 49 male prisons in Florida, so they'll never see each other again. Oh, really? You think they'll split them all up? Alicia will also be locked up. See, I don't know. That's the one that I think that can come back not guilty, y'all. I really do. She didn't say nothing. She just said that the verdict is coming in 9 minutes. It doesn't seem like she's on. Yeah, I don't know if she's there or not. She just say patiently waiting for the verdict, and then verdict is in. Yeah, nothing much at all. She may do something, maybe a post or something after on her Instagram or something like that, maybe. No, I don't know. Wow. This wasn't nobody but Charles. The verdict came in at 6 for 6. There y'all go. Mama has spoken. She said this wasn't nothing but Charles. Y'all know they call him Mr. 6 or Big 6 or something 6. So she's saying this wasn't nothing but her baby. The verdict came in at 6 for 6. Foolio. That's what she got on her thing. Candace say that's a good question. What can a community do better to prevent this gang? You know, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for that. Does anybody have any thoughts? I don't know what we could do better as a community. I mean, you want to put in more community. I mean, they put in like the Boys and Girls Club, right? Different things like that for the community to kind of help kids to, associate with, I guess, better gang. They're not gangs at the Boys and Girls community, but they be saying that they go into these gangs for brother and sisterhood and things of that nature. So I don't know. It just seemed like it's something that they just like to. It just honestly seemed like it's just bad decisions that they make, and they think they're so dang smarter than everybody else. It's almost ridiculous. And although they have absolutely took somebody off the face of this earth, I still, in all ways, it's a lot of young people, and my heart just breaks for them making these decisions. Like seeing him cry hurt my feelings. Oh, I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve it. Don't get me wrong, but it's just people making very, very bad decisions and thinking they can get away with certain stuff and not having the mental capacity or the thought process to say, hey, this is not a good idea. Like, I can't believe all 5 of these goofballs drove all the way there, was in a hotel Airbnb at some point in time, and nobody thought, hey, this is not a good idea. Nobody. Yeah, and I don't know why he thought that he wasn't gonna get caught. I don't know what he thought. Especially he is the guy that had all the weapons, all the weapons, like smart ass. Like he thought he was, remember, he's the one getting caught wiping down the door. But he the youngest of the whole crew, right? I think Chance then brought him into a terrible situation. He might have been looking up to Chance. And Chance was, knee deep, it seemed like, in this little war. And I think Sean just kind of was his fool. His fool man. Because remember, allegedly, him and Sean tried to unalive Julio before when they shot him in the foot. Yeah. Yeah, so I just think that this I just think that it's just sad all the way around for them. Each person, all people involved, because they were just taunting each other, right? They was just trolling each other. That's what I got from it. I'm gonna troll you, you troll me, we troll each other, and then it just gets out to where it's just too much going on. And that's exactly what happened, because they all talked about dead homies and who smoked who homie and how they smoked the homie, and then they was rolling them up, smacking them up, and flipping them down. I'm like, I don't know what they doing. Like, who want to smoke on somebody? I don't want to smoke. Like, they want to smoke on them. They want to do all this extra stuff, and they just find it so disrespectful and things like that. Just be way too, I don't know. Yeah, my guy, he can't even do it. Everybody else, I'm surprised I'm surprised they didn't have to stand for their verdict. Are you guys surprised? I thought they would have had to stand. She didn't make them stand. Yeah, and that's exactly the thing that I see your comment in there, Regina. Yeah. Trolling is so different from unalive, and it's like they gotta step it up. Like, I don't know what the whole, because they both was doing it to each other. I don't know. But yeah, my boy Sean Gabbard, he is not gonna have a good evening at all. He is done. He is like, I don't know what to say. They need to call the med back for my boy, because he can't do it. Can't do it, won't do it. It's crazy. All this for nothing. Like, all these lives. You got Foolio, who passed away. You got these 4 goofies. Then you got Alicia. Her and Chance, they decided that they wanted to make a baby before they go in jail. So now you got a baby out here. That is a great possibility you're not going to see neither one of her or his parents, because I don't know if it's a girl or a boy. Look, his lawyer, like, he like, I didn't mean to do this. Save your tears for another day. That's The Weekend, y'all. Yeah, I don't know. And the other 2 guys, the Murphy boys, I think they in their 30s, upper 30s, maybe. But he the baby of the crew. I think oh, no problem, Candles. Yeah, it's just really sad. And they always thinking they can get away with something. Look at him. I feel bad that they don't have enough sense. I think that's the problem. They don't have enough sense. He was the only person during the guilty verdict that I seen that like you could see the life come out of him. Yeah, I don't think Sean is 23. I think he only like 20 or so, Billy. I don't know. I can look at the court records and get his date of birth real quick, but he's the youngest. Chance may be like early 20s, but I don't think it's him. Wait a minute. Let me tell you. Because I was just in a case earlier. Sean was born in 2005. Yeah, 2005. So how old is that? I don't know. My math ain't good. Y'all figure it out. 21? October. So he 20, right? Is that the 20? Isaiah was 2002. Yeah, he don't turn 21. He can't even damn drink. He ain't even legally to drink. He ain't even legal to drink. He can't even buy a drink out here buying all them guns. Yeah, he turns 21 in October. Isaiah Chance is November the 20th, 2002. So he probably the one that's 23 that you're speaking of. Alicia Andrews, 2003. She 1 year younger than Isaiah Chance. Yeah, Sean is the baby of the whole crew. Yeah, I got an alert for her court hearing. Like I said, her court hearing is on Monday. I hope they stream it. But they will discuss her legal battles and what they're gonna be discussing in her fight on Monday, because I think she gonna get a new trial. I don't see how they're gonna get away with not giving her a new trial. And remember, her first trial, she was acquitted of first-degree premeditated murder. She was convicted of second-degree manslaughter. So, yeah, we'll go over her documents. I'm gonna go over all her motions, all her documents. We'll do that like on Sunday. Oh no, not Sunday. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday. Sunday, Mother's Day. I probably should let y'all be a mother. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. And I heard that Lakita, I think that I think he's really trying to distance himself from there. They say they were part of some gang, ATK 1200. I don't know. Allegedly. Yeah, you got that right. Allegedly. I don't know. Well, they've been convicted of being in the gang, so maybe we don't have to say allegedly anymore. Like the jury convicted them and said they're a gang. Yeah. Sitting up here trying to worry about being part of ATK, KFC, NBC. They should have been a part of something else. Be part of the YMCA. That's what they should have been part of. Shoot. Being part of all these silly things. Fighting over streets that they don't own. Blocks that can't nobody even afford a piece of damn property on. They so goofy. Yeah, even Julio's mom, I know it had got so deep that she, they shot her up. She got shot 8 times. Like, I don't know what kind of life they living down there. That's rough. So after 7 hours and 34 minutes, all 4 of them were determined to be guilty. Yeah, if they was in the KFC game, Billy, the only thing they would be guilty of is chicken, eating too much chicken, or the chicken not being as good as Popeyes. Because we love that chicken from Popeyes. So that's the only thing that they would have been convicted of. When you start messing with them ATKs, oh man. Let's see here. Yeah, I can put that in here. Give me 1 second. Here, let me get it. Copy. Okay. This is for the Discord, for the after party. If you guys want to join, putting the link there. It's free. It's whenever the stream, when we're not streaming or whatever the case may be, they be having the after party there. Because after the party, there's a hotel lobby and all that other stuff. Yeah, well, they should have been part of a different gang than that mess. You want to spend your Mother's Day with me, Joey? Well, I do know I want to go over all her emotions. That's definitely something that we need to take care of. And that way we'll be ready for Monday, because Monday, of course, she'll have her hearing. At least I'm thinking I can't see them not showing it, but I can't see them not showing it. But either way, they'll update the motions in the case file so we can know exactly what happens, because she get granted a new trial. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's gonna be something. I think. I'm surprised the jury came back with a decision today. I guess maybe when she was telling them they was gonna have to eat, sleep, and shit together, they was like, nope. I would have been like, nope. We better come to a decision today. I ain't thinking about them. They guilty. Yeah. Yeah. You got that right in regards to this technology. It is something different. You say you part of being a good human being, gang. I like that. I like that, Regina. That's what all people need to be. It's just amazing to me how they thought. I don't know how they thought that they was gonna get away with this. Okay, and y'all remember my boy. Look, let me show y'all, and we'll get ready to wrap this up on this Friday. Let me show y'all. He ain't gonna make it. I don't think he gonna make it, y'all. They better have him some type of watch. I don't think he gonna make it. Let me show y'all, and I'll show y'all why. And it's on the channel whenever y'all want to look at it. I hope all our new friends like and subscribe to the channel. We truly appreciate you. We definitely love new friends over here. We don't do nothing else. Let me see. Let me show y'all, because I don't know. I don't think this is gonna be good. I don't think he can do it. I mean, I just don't think he's gonna be able to do it. Look. I don't think he's gonna make it. So here you can see he trying to take off his what is this? His ankle monitor, his ankle bracelet. Like, okay, so now he popped it off. Cool. He got it off. Now I think he in the interrogation room. I couldn't really tell because that almost looks like a bed to me. He ain't about this life. I don't know why he tried to be about this life. Now, maybe the other ones might have been about it, but he ain't about it. Look at him. Now he want to put himself in the corner. He should have put himself in the corner before he rode to Tampa. He ain't about this life. Everybody ain't about this life. He is definitely not about it.
Let me out, bro. Let me out, bro. Bro, let me out, bro.
Y'all know who's gonna be crying tonight? Talk about let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out, bro.
Let me out.
Yeah, he gonna have a rough night tonight, y'all.
Sit in that chair and don't move.
They said, sit in that chair, don't you move.
Okay. So here's the thing.
And they showed that to the jury. So yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, he gonna have a hard time. So just seeing him cry the thing, like, you know, you weren't about this life. Some people say that he was being initiated into this game world. Because remember, he's the only person that doesn't have any kind of game. They don't have him in the book of game people, right? They didn't know anything about Ashawn until Ashawn got caught up in this mess. So yeah, he wasn't a known gang affiliate. So I wonder if he he was crying Charles. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what he thought. You know, I don't know why. I don't know how he got involved with this life. Let's put it that way. That's what I could tell you. Do I need to replay the verdict for anybody? Y'all put a 1 in chat. Do I need to replay this verdict? Are y'all good? It's b-ball time. You say why I don't feel like she guilty, Yellow. I'm gonna tell you. You gonna come back when we go through her stream. I'm gonna tell you why she's not guilty. I don't know. I could believe two things. You know, I would rock out with Alicia. You want me to replay it? Can I replay it for you? Those that need to leave, you can go ahead and leave, SD. I appreciate you, honey boo. Let's see here. Yeah, this way I can replay it and it can be a clean version without me, with all my theatrics. Because y'all know I can be real I can be really extra with these verdicts when they coming down, looking puzzled. Looking puzzled in the mud. Yes. You know, I'm gonna actually slim low. I am gonna cover that. You know, I'm looking into doing like a I want to do it like a deep dive into that case. You know, just to kind of prep us for it. It's supposed to happen in August. No. We got a verdict. D1, we got a verdict. I'm about to show the verdict again, but here's the verdict, guys. Ethiopian, that does not mean that they have life yet. We actually go for a penalty phase. It starts Monday at 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock, they will start another portion of the trial to determine if they get life or death. And I keep trying to tell y'all better stop going to Florida and trying to do these crimes, because Florida is handing out the DP like government cheese. Y'all know how good government cheese was to you. It was the best cheese in the world to make that mac and cheese, baby. So you go down to Florida. They're not playing with y'all down there in the sunny state of Florida. And y'all gonna stop coming down there and playing games, because everybody that come down there to commit a crime, they are putting a DP on the table for your ass. So there you go with that. Here we go.
All right. All jurors are in good.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, it is my understanding that the jury has reached their verdict. Is that correct? Okay, I would ask the foreperson of the jury to please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Okay, Madam Clerk, please publish the verdicts and do not read the name of the foreperson, okay? For the record, it's juror 157, initials CS. All right.
State of Florida versus Isaiah Jermaine Chance, case number 24 CF 11996A, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. Did the state of Florida prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May, Foreperson of the jury, juror number 157, CS. State of Florida versus Sean Andre Gathright, case number 24 CF 11996C, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, the defendant actually possessed a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 6. The defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. So say we all dated this 8th day of May, 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. State of Florida versus Rashad Trayvon Murphy, case number 24 CF 11996D, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. In the state of Florida versus Davion Vershad Murphy, case number 24 CF 11996E, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. If during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones, the defendant of conspiracy to commit murder, first degree, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. And during the commission of an offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all dated this 8th day of May, 2026, jury number 157, CS for person of the jury.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you all the same question. I'm going to ask you if this was your true and correct verdict, okay? So I'm going to call you by your juror number and your initials. All right, juror number 9, initials DM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 16, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 19, initials LY. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 24, initials WW. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 32, initials CRP. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 47, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 49, initials CG. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 78, initials AC. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 142, initials TL. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 157, initials CS. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 158, initials JH. Is this your true and correct verdict? And juror number 167, initials JE. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
All right, very good. So as the jury has found the defendant's guilty of first-degree murder, this means we will proceed to the penalty phase. We're going to start that Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all right? So you all have not yet been discharged from your service as a juror. So therefore, you are not to discuss anything with anyone about this case. You're not to do any independent research. You're not to read, listen to, watch any news accounts related to this case. And then we will be done by next Friday, May 15th. So what I've been told from the attorneys as far as a proposed schedule, the case will get to you either Thursday or possibly Friday morning, Thursday afternoon or Friday morning for the penalty phase. Okay, very good. Thank you. We are concluded for today.
All rise.
Yeah, so there we have it, guys. The Foolio 4 Fooligans. They have been found guilty on everything that the state brought up. We go into our penalty phase Monday at 1 o'clock. Make sure if you want to continue to watch the coverage, to hit your notification bell. And because we will go over Alicia Andrews' motions this weekend, because she does have a court date to decide on those motions on Monday. So her court date is Monday, May 11th, and they're going to be deciding on the motions that we're going to be reviewing over the weekend. So make sure that you have your notification bell on. If I don't see you this weekend, hopefully you have a good Mother's Day to all the mothers out here. And, what else is there? I don't know. I don't know what that's about. No, I'll be dipping in the chat where my business ain't got no business. You said, Christina, I don't know. I think Alicia Andrews can get a not guilty verdict. We'll talk about that more over the weekend. And as we go into her hearing, I think that she could get a not guilty verdict. I can tell you exactly how I think she can do it too. I gotta show Sean crying. You want me to show him crying again?
Oh, baby. Tony said you gotta show him. You gotta show crying again. Let me see. Where is it at? They didn't take it away, did they?
Have a seat. So I just was looking through the aggravators and I just want to make sure. As to Davion Murphy, it would be the contemporaneous felony, correct?
It looked like they
And
took it
then,
off of here. Wait a
great
minute.
risk of death to many persons, CCP, and criminal gang member, correct? All right, and then those 4 would also apply to Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, correct? No.
No, not the knowing great risk or the contemporaneous.
Okay, so I'm looking at Rashad, it would be the contemporaneous conviction or previously convicted, great risk of death to persons, cold calculated premeditated, and criminal gang member. Isaiah Chance is committed cold calculated premeditated and criminal gang member, and Sean Gathright is a contemporaneous capital felony, great risk of death to many persons, and cold calculated and premeditated, right? Okay. I also noted that the state had sought an enhancement as to Davion Murphy for prison release reoffender, correct?
Judge, we did, but we did not file that indictment, which I think is now required.
Okay, so fine. So that's not going to be part of the
It's not,
next.
Judge.
Okay. All right. So 1 o'clock on Monday, we will reconvene. And state will obviously go first. And then I believe, Mr. Hernandez, did you say you had a witness that had to testify Monday?
No, I think that's,
Oh,
but I do
okay.
have a question.
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I found out this afternoon that my client's fiance, who was one of the witness listed, got arrested for violation of probation and is at the Duval County Jail. So I'm trying to, my mitigation specialist has been trying since about 3:30 to see if we can set up a Zoom.
Okay.
Would be the best situation, but I
That's
don't
fine.
have an answer at this point. That's a concern. And then my doctor would like to be able to testify Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So then, Ms. Finkelstein, you've got a doctor that needs to testify Monday, correct?
It's not a doctor, it's a corrections.
Okay.
Expert who needs to testify Monday, so I'm happy to go first.
Okay, that's
And
fine.
state, we did talk, they agreed to 3 of our witnesses, we were able to propose, do 3 depots over the break.
Okay.
While we were waiting, and they have agreed to allow the 3 people that we had kind of later notice for Zoom.
Okay.
So I guess I'll reach out to your assistant for a Zoom link.
Well, no, we'll just do the Zoom here,
Okay.
and then we'll have to depend on Deputy Martinez to get it all set up, but
Okay.
that's fine. So the bottom line is you'll be ready to go Monday with your witnesses.
Yes.
Okay, and then who's going to follow after Ms. Finkelstein? Mr. Petrides?
I also have a doctor that needs to go by Wednesday.
That's fine. So then I assume Monday, at least through Monday, we should get through Mr. Gathrights' witnesses, and then we'll begin Tuesday morning with your witnesses, and then next up will be,
I'm fine with following, but I might ask if I'm having an issue with the Zoom matter to be able to call that witness on Wednesday.
that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, very good. See you all Monday morning at 1 o'clock. Not Monday morning, Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, so there we have it. Yeah, y'all know I'm not mature enough for this type of stuff. I be trying to be mature, but then I don't know. It gets to a certain time. It gets to a certain time and I can't take it no more. I can't take it no more, and I get very immature. And now it's probably around that time. I get very immature. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. I will I will get that clipped up. I hope that you guys can join us. Anybody that wants to hang out with us, I'll get the alert sent out very shortly for our coverage of Alicia Andrews, considering that she has her hearing on Monday. Shout out to the mods, shout out to the chat. Want to thank you all for hanging out with us. I'm going to go ahead and put on our outro song, guys, and I will see you in the AM. You say it need to be shown on right, Kent, but they'll still think they can beat the system. They'll still think they can beat it. So there's that. Goofies. All right, here we go, guys.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist, you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, is always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores Jason, nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvy Hill, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. It's a family, and we couldn't ask for more.